Madam Chair, I don't think we have a quorum yet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, I just can't see them all on the screen, I guess. Sorry, guys. There you are.
Is Anna here too? I see her name. Maybe not. Maybe she will be here soon.
Yeah.
Hi, Anita. So we're just missing Chris. Okay, we'll get started, and I'm sure Chris will join us when he can. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. Woo! We are grateful to have you joining us. And as you can tell, we are continue to hold electronic meetings due to the practice of social distancing. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our familiar in-person public process, this is unfortunately becoming more and more familiar to us every week. But we still consider these meetings open and public, and welcome anyone who may be watching from our usual video feeds on the council's agenda page, YouTube, SLC TV, or Facebook Live. As many of you know, there is no public comment during a work session. However, please feel free to join us for the 7 p.m. formal meeting tonight to share any comments you have either on a public hearing item or a general comment you wish to express that isn't listed for a specific public hearing. Your feedback is always welcome and important to us, and you can reach the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Of course, we all have email addresses as well, and I encourage you to reach out to your district, your council member if you have questions, concerns, or comments. We will now move on to our work session items. Our item number 1 is an update from the administration. Mayor Mendenhall, thank you for joining us, and I will turn the time over to you. And I believe Rachel, your chief of staff, and Lisa Schaefer is here as well, but I will turn the time to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you'll hear from all 3 of us today, and I appreciate you making time for us. Tonight, the city's going to take part in a nationwide tribute to remember and honor the lives of those who have been lost to COVID-19. And in case you hadn't heard today, unfortunately, that number of deaths in the US exceeded 400,000 people. So in unison with bells across this nation, our bells at City Hall, at the City and County Building, will ring for 1 minute at 3:30 today, so just in under an hour and a half. And this evening from 5:30 to 9:30, the building will be illuminated with amber light, as buildings across the country are doing as well. And we really appreciate that the council plans to take a moment of silence while the bells toll at 3:30. This moment, this recognition, the loss and the sadness is fresh for Salt Lake City Corporation, as our city family has lost 2 employees, 2 members of our city team to COVID-19, and several friends and family members of our city team as well. Next, we'll hear from Rachel on first responder vaccinations.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council Chair. Council members, we just wanted to give you a quick update on how our first responder vaccinations are going. As you know, they are some of the few people who do get a priority vaccination here. And so I'm happy to say that over 70% and close to 80% of our first responders in the fire department have been vaccinated. So in the police department, out of 624 employees, which includes both sworn officers and civilian employees, 409 have completed the first vaccination. So that's about 70% of our police department. Fire department, last week I told you that we only had about 24 fire department employees who still were waiting for their vaccinations. We're on track to complete those this week and hope to maintain that 80% average for the fire department there. And then in the 911 dispatch department, 60 out of 83 employees have been vaccinated. So that's at about 72%. So we are thrilled about that and hope to continue as more vaccines become available to continue advocating for some of our other frontline workers to be able to get priority if that becomes a possibility. Any questions that I could try to answer about vaccinations? Okay, thanks. I'm going to hand it to Lisa.
Sorry, I had to unmute while I was also switching to another screen, which for me is impossible because multitasking doesn't really work. So today, council members, I wanted to update you on an initiative that you helped us to enact around the apprentice program. So thankful to you all for seeing the vision to help us support what we saw as a growing and ongoing problem with individuals who are having a hard time entering the workforce due to COVID. Originally, it was targeted towards high school students. We saw about a 50% decrease in students returning back to school. Those numbers have since improved, thankfully, but we are trying to do outreach to contact with other, with the school district to make sure that these apprentice programs are available. As of now, we have, I think, only 2 or 3 of our apprentice programs have been posted, but over the next week, you're going to see Trails and Natural Lands resource technicians jobs. We're going to see asphalt operators, concrete finishers, electrician apprentice, welder apprentice, enforcement officers, public utilities apprentices, GIS technicians, rehab specialists, and public projects assistant positions being posted. And maybe one of the more exciting positions that we'll be posting is with our digital navigators in support of our digital equity initiative. So it's sort of a crossover help between digital equity, which you've also helped us to further, and our apprentice program, which we think will provide incredible opportunities for folks to get some much needed job experience. And then hopefully we want to transition these positions into full-time employment with the city. So just wanted to say thank you. Also put a plug out there, spread the word for your friends and family to take a look at the job board and send qualified folks our way. And by qualified, I mean ready and willing to learn. So thank you very much.
Lisa, could I ask if when you post some of those things or they get up on the job board, maybe shoot an email to our staff? I would love to be able to send out an email to the people who in my district that get my newsletter and are on my email blasts. And I imagine other council members might be willing to do that. So if we could maybe just get a heads up when that happens, then we'd be happy to help support that. I think it's an awesome program.
I would love to, and thanks for the help in getting the word out. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa. I want to give an update on homelessness. Next week on January 28th is the annual point in time count. It is at 3 in the morning. It's an annual project that's organized by the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness. And it's important, as you know, that we count and we count as thoroughly as possible so that we can find homeless persons living on the street and gather information in order to connect them with available services. That information of the count helps policymakers and it helps program administrators to set benchmarks so that we can measure progress toward the goal of ending homelessness. It also helps plan services and programs that appropriately address our local needs and identify strengths and gaps in the community's current homelessness assistance program and systems. And the count also informs public opinion. It can increase public awareness and attract resources. And finally, it can help us create the most reliable estimate of people experiencing homelessness throughout Utah. This one count in January. The coalition is still seeking volunteers. Interested people can go sign up on the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness's website. And the county health department will not be doing camp cleaning next week because of the time investment, resource investment with the point in time count. And then finally, I have some good news around funding for rental assistance and housing assistance. As you've heard, the new Treasury Department funds for housing stability are bringing $215 million in CARES Act supplemental rent relief funds to the state of Utah. Salt Lake City has applied and will be a recipient of some unknown amount. We are hoping that that is in the range of $5 to $7 million. It's anticipated that the funds will be available as soon as February 1st. And we're working internally and with the state and the county to understand and coordinate the funds to be directed to city residents as fast as possible. Currently, Salt Lake City and the county are hoping to send all applicants through one portal to prevent confusion in the public and with all of the service providers. Funds can only be used to help keep people in place in housing and excludes those who are currently homeless. But current information is that the funds can be used to pay up to 12 months of rent and penalties, which will make a huge difference for so many renters and landlords. The last piece I'll mention, Madam Chair, before we let you move on to the next part of your agenda, is that regarding policing, as we give you typical updates there, since those events on January 6th in Washington, D.C., our police department has, of course, been closely coordinating with the Utah Department of Public Safety and surrounding jurisdictions in the state to make sure that we would be prepared for any events planned or unplanned at our capital city over the weekend and this coming week. And we just want you to know that that coordination is ongoing, and we're praying for peace here throughout the city for the next few days and of course forever. But happy to answer any questions if I can on any of those items.
Andrew?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe going all the way back to the first item, the apprenticeship program at the city. There was some, I think, discussion last year about a separate apprenticeship ordinance, perhaps about city contracts. Is that still sort of being debated or talked about? Do you have any updates on that? Perhaps at this point you'd be free to share. If not, maybe we could talk offline.
Yeah, unless Rachel has an update on the status of that conversation, I don't have anything to update you on except that I am still very supportive and interested in advancing an ordinance like that, which in a nutshell, for anyone who's unaware of that conversation, it would look at creating apprenticeship opportunities on city-led, city-funded capital construction projects. Is that fair to say, Councilmember Johnston? Rachel, do you have anything to add on that?
I don't have anything to add at this point, but it's good to hear from you, Councilmember Johnston, that that's still on your mind, and we'll get back to working towards that now as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for the updates, and thank you for joining us. With that, we will move to agenda item number 2, which is an update on racial equity and policing. We have Ben Ludke and Allison Rowland from our council staff.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I don't hear Ben yet, so maybe I'll just go with a very quick announcement, and because I believe his item's a little bit longer. The date for the listening session with the Racial Equity and Policing Commission has been changed. The date is now Thursday, January 28th at 6 p.m. This had to be changed because of the state of emergency that was declared last week by Governor Cox. And so out of abundance of caution and to make sure everyone can participate, the decision was reached to change it. So again, that date is Thursday, January 28th at 6 p.m. Thanks.
And I've got an update on the council's ongoing audit of the police department. Council staff sent a large batch of documents about budget, staffing, and policy to the auditors. For example, the International Chiefs of Police Association did a management study of Salt Lake City PD. That was done a little over a year ago. That was shared with the auditors. Another example being the police department's policy manual. The council staff has also been scheduling a couple dozen meetings for the auditors to meet with stakeholders in the city. These include elected officials, department heads, several other stakeholder groups, so that they could get feedback on the various perspectives each of the stakeholders brings. I do want to note that the auditors haven't yet met with the Racial Equity and Policing Core Commissioners. That meeting was scheduled, but it was postponed and it's being rescheduled. There's also a public briefing to that commission, which is tentatively scheduled sometime in February. When we have a confirmed date, we'll bring that back to share with the council and share at this standing update item on the work session agenda. The auditors have met and interviewed 17 people in the police department, and they have another approximately 20 interviews scheduled for the next round. And these interviews are really important for the operational side of the audit. They help the auditors understand the constraints, the operations, especially for the individual units and divisions within the police department. The auditors prepared a data collection list. It's 8 pages long. There's a lot of information. And we passed that on to all of the department heads that are involved in the audit. And almost all of the data that was requested has already been provided. There were a couple of items where additional details were requested, and the departments are gathering those right now. The data collection list is being added to the council's dedicated webpage about the audit to keep the public updated on what's being looked at and the current status of the audit. The financial analysis, which is the other half of the audit, one half is operational, the other half is financial. The financial analysis has begun in earnest. It will take several weeks to get through, but it has begun. And we'll be getting a Gantt chart showing the schedule for each of the items in the audit. I should have that later this week. I'll send that out to the council, and we'll also add that to the council website for anyone in the public who's interested to see it. That's all I have for a general summary. If there are any questions, I can try to answer them now or follow up in email later.
Thank you, Ben. Council members, does anyone have any questions? Ben, I would be interested in a list, and maybe we have it somewhere, you have it, of the different stakeholders that you mentioned. You said there were various other ones, but didn't go through who those stakeholders were. If I could get that information, that'd be great.
Yeah, send you an email.
Thank you. Great, thank you, Ben. We will move on. Let's see. We are at item number 3, the city's annual financial audit report. We have Paul Skeen and Michael Mickelson, I hope, somewhere. We also have Jennifer Bruno and Mary Beth Thompson, our Chief Financial Officer. I've not seen the other peeps. Anyone? Jen?
I wonder if it's because it was scheduled at 2:50, they're not quite on yet.
Because that is probably true. We're way ahead. Look at that. Well, is Brian Fulmer on the line? We could skip to number 4, which is the West End Alley vacation, since it's just, unless we are missing Chris and John with the planning.
Thank you,
I'm
Madam Chair.
here.
I'm here and ready.
I don't know if
Chris
my
is here as well.
applicant is here just yet. He was planning on getting on about probably 2:30, 3 o'clock, but I don't see him on the call. But I'm more than happy to proceed without him unless there may be questions or something that he would need to answer.
Why don't we go ahead and we'll proceed on this issue, on this agenda item. And then if there are questions for John, we can certainly come back to it or reach out to him via emails or set up a meeting or something. But just so that we keep our meeting moving, I have a feeling we're going to be in a long meeting today. So Brian, why don't we turn it over to you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This alley vacation is a proposal to close a very small triangular shaped portion of the alley. It's about 560 square feet. The city owns the alley and it's located at approximately 740 West, 900 South. The applicant would like to close the alley segment and incorporate it into his adjacent property in order to square it up. And that property is part of a proposed commercial and multifamily development. If the council approves closing this alley segment, the property will be sold to the applicant at fair market value. And you'll likely recall there was another small alley segment vacated in August of 2020, right near this one. That is also part of this project. And to give you a heads up, the council will be briefed about a rezone application of several properties associated with that development in the coming weeks. So just a heads up that that's coming. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, and I believe they were going to put my presentation up. Oh, there it is. Okay. An alley vacation petition submitted by West End LLC, which also owns the adjacent properties to the alley. The request is to vacate a small triangular portion of the alley that runs north and south between Genesee Avenue and 900 South. The property that makes up the alley was once part of a Union Pacific Railroad easement. Union Pacific Railroad relinquished interest in the property, and the alley portion was eventually dedicated for use as a public thoroughfare. The request to vacate involves only the triangular portion of the alley that abuts the property located at 740 West, 900 South. The remainder of the alley that runs north and south is not included in this request and is intended to remain open. Then if you can go to the next slide, please. This alley vacation would facilitate a proposed redevelopment project. West End LLC is proposing with funding by Salt Lake City's redevelopment agency. As Brian had mentioned, in August of 2020, City Council approved a separate alley vacation request related to this project. It's just north of this request proposal. Staff has found that the petition for alley vacation meets the standards and criteria in Title 21A and recommends the City Council follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission to approve the West End alley vacation. And that is all that I have.
Wonderful, thank you. Council members, do we have questions? Darren? I almost called you Dan. Now I'm just going to be like Chris, confusing Andrew and James, but it would be Darren and Dan.
That sounds good. My question is more just out of curiosity. Why wasn't this included in the previous application for that small piece? It seems remarkably similar and in the same project. Did we just not know that this was a public alleyway before? Seems like it could have just saved a lot of staff time and process time to include them in the same application. I'm just more curious as to if there's like a statutory reason why they needed to be separate, or it was just that's the way that they decided to go forward.
I am not completely sure why they didn't include this piece. I know they were in the process of acquiring more and more property to include in this project, so that may have been a part of it. There was also a few things that delayed this application, mainly being kind of some ownership issues that we had with how it became an alley, how it became a portion of that alley, which we had to work with real estate services and our attorney's office and things like that to figure out how that section became a part of the alley and if it was in fact included in that alley or if it should have been included in the subject property. So there could have been those reasons that added to why that delay had become, or why it was included in a separate application.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I guess I'll just repeat what I said in the last time we looked at this project, is that I generally don't like vacating alleyways, but this project I actually think is a model of how we can revitalize and use our alleyways in a better way. So I'm supportive of this small piece of the alleyway being vacated if that facilitates a better project, because counterintuitively, I believe this actually is a model of how we actually use alleyways in the city. So I'm supportive of it.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on this?
Just another question out of curiosity. Is this project going forward then, like after this, are they getting building permits? Like, where's the timeline for this project? Do you know, Chris?
So currently on the property, so there's, I think it's up to 11 parcels now that are kind of included in this development that will all be consolidated together. Currently, there are 2 vacant commercial structures that are on the property. Those structures, the applicant has already pulled permits to start doing renovation. Like Brian had mentioned earlier, that you will see a rezone application come through to rezone the property from M1 to RMU. Once, if approved, that will then kind of push forward the entire project. So the project can't or can only partially move forward with what they have building permits for now until a rezone is approved. So if that rezone is approved, then they'll push forward with the rest of the proposal for this.
And the application is already in, right? Is it going to Planning Commission soon, or the further rezone?
So it's already gone through Planning Commission and already received a positive recommendation. I believe it's going to go for a council briefing the middle of February, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. The proposed schedule for that is to brief the council on February 16th on that third, but the largest portion of it, which is the rezone application.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council members, anyone else?
Just supportive.
Great. Well, we have tonight at our formal meeting, we'll be setting the public hearing date for March 2nd. So, and then take action on this potentially on March 16th, just so everyone's aware. Great. Thank you so much. And Chris, thank you for being willing to jump in early as we're just cruising right along on today's agenda.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, it looks like we have Paul here, so we can jump back to agenda item number 3 about the city's annual financial audit report. Hi, Paul. Thanks for joining us early. As I mentioned, we're just kind of cruising along on our agenda today. So,
well, congratulations on that.
Yeah.
You don't always have that luxury. I apologize. I saw the agenda that we were on at 2:50, and I thought, oh, I'll hop on at 2:30 and be great. So sorry that we weren't on just a little earlier.
Nope, you're totally fine. I really appreciate you jumping on early. So I will turn the time over to you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And I'm not sure if Mike Mickelson has joined us yet. I can't see all the participants there, but he should be on with us any minute. I'll just get started with my part of it, and then I'll cover the main audit of the city's CAFR, and then Mike handles the RDA, the single audit, and the state compliance issues that we test. So just to kind of give a picture, I know that some of you have heard this before, but I'll kind of paint the picture. Our audit process really starts for the city in late April, early May, as we begin planning for the upcoming year. We audit several components that factor in and flow into the comprehensive annual financial report, which we call the CAFR. The first one that we typically issue is the Salt Lake City Airport. We do a separate CAFR for them. We also audit the library, the Department of Public Utilities, and RDA. Each of those have separately issued audit reports, which flow into the main city audit. So we've got a lot of audit engagements that we're juggling at the same time, and luckily we've got different teams assigned to those so they can be running simultaneously. As you can imagine, this year was, well, I should stop saying this year was different, right? Because this year is just different in every way, but it was also different from an audit perspective, in that we're used to camping out in the city building for a couple of months with various parts of our teams, and with the pandemic and the earthquake, that was not possible this year. And so as we assessed the risk for the audit, one of the things that we considered was a disruption in the internal control structure related to this remote environment. Now, again, we don't audit the internal controls separately and apart from anything else, but for the reason to provide assurance that the system can be relied on for financial reporting. And very pleased to report that the finance teams in each of the entities did a very capable job of making sure that through these disruptive times, they were able to make sure that assets were protected, that the financial reporting system went on as it should. And so we're very pleased with that. Much of what we do is electronic anyway, and so that from an audit standpoint doesn't cause a tremendous amount of pain, other than it does put an added burden on those who are being audited, because they can't just come in and hand us a folder on a project. They have to scan the project. There's some extra steps for the people being audited, and so we really appreciate management adapting, and we did everything we could to make it as normal as possible, and above all, make sure that the audit was conducted in accordance with professional standards, and it certainly was. But that was not without a great deal of effort from the finance team and the finance teams of each of the entities. So we really appreciate their adaptability and being able to work with us in a way that we can get done what we needed to. We are offering a clean audit opinion. With that, there are always some suggestions we make and some adjustments that happen here and there. In going through, again, we won't cover the 200 pages of the CAFR. That would certainly put you a little behind schedule on the agenda. But a couple of things that we want to highlight of the results of our audit that we're required to report on relate to significant accounting policies and estimates. We feel like the estimates and the policies that have been instituted are conservative and appropriate in the environment that they're applied. We feel like the disclosures adequately explain the financial position and condition of the city as a whole. And aside from the disruption that's happened, there were no what we would consider difficulties or disagreements with management. Now, as part of the process, we've explained this in the past, this is not unusual to have an audit adjustment or two that is a result of the timing. With an audit of this size, we have to start before all accounts are reconciled and everything is completely signed, sealed, and delivered on management side. And so at times there's a timing difference between when we're testing stuff and when they're reconciling stuff. And we did have an entry related to that that was just a reclassification of cash. It was reported as in transit, and it was there was one day of the year that this would be a problem, and it was June 30th. Just coincidentally, that's when the transaction hit. So it would have worked itself out. There was nothing inappropriate with how it was handled. It was just a timing matter. We did have some minor adjustments related to the B and C roads that were immaterial, and so we did not post those. Again, timing related. As I said before, no disagreements with management. We were able to maintain our independence through the entire process. With that, I'll invite Mike, if he's joined us, to share with us the single audit reporting and state compliance.
Thanks, Paul. I guess I logged on a little bit after Paul, since you're ahead on your agenda. I'll introduce myself. My name is Mike Mickelson. I'm an audit partner with Eide Bailly, just like Paul. And I worked on the RDA, which has been presented to you already. And I work on the single audit of the federal funds and the state compliance. So we have provided to you, and hopefully you've received in your board packets, the documentation related to the audit of the federal funds, which is also referred to as a single audit. Sorry, I just have it up here on my other screen. In conjunction with that audit, we issued 2 reports. The first one deals with the application of government auditing standards to the audit. The state statute in the state of Utah requires that any government that's required to have an audit, have that audit performed in accordance with government auditing standards, in addition to generally accepted auditing standards. The government auditing standards are established by the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level. This report that we've issued in relation to government auditing standards is broken into a couple of sections. One relates to internal control over financial reporting, and the second relates to compliance matters that relate to financial reporting. So the government auditing standards report applies specifically to financial reporting, which is the financial statements, and not the compliance audit of the federal money. In that report, we refer to a couple of findings, both of which have been described to you already. The first one we called a material weakness, and it was related to the finding in the RDA that I went over with you in December. The second one is the one that Paul just mentioned, and the couple of small audit entries that they had because of the timing differences, the fact that we start before management's able to reconcile everything, that was considered a significant deficiency. So that report refers to those 2 items that have already been discussed. The second part of that, dealing with compliance and other matters, does not report any non-compliance. So an unmodified report there related to the compliance and other matters. The second report in that package relates to the audit of the federal money itself. The Uniform Guidance, which is the short name for the section of the Code of Federal Regulations that relate to the audit of compliance audit of the federal money, requires that we perform a risk-based approach on determining which of the many federal programs the city has that we will audit. Some of the things that go into that are the size of the program, how recently the program has been audited, how new the program might be to the city, whether or not there's turnover in the staff that administer that program. Those are some of the things we go through in the risk assessment. And then we're required to take some of the high-risk programs and test those up to a certain threshold. With the activity that's been going on out at the airport the past several years, that airport program has been the biggest program and has had a large volume of transactions going through that. So once again this year, the major program that we chose to audit was the airport improvement program. I mentioned that one of the requirements is how frequently the programs are audited. The larger programs need to be audited once every 3 years. So in addition to the airport improvement program this year, we audited the home program as well. So those were the two major programs. And in that major program report, we offered an unmodified opinion. And if we had had any findings in that audit, we would have referred to them in the report. There were no findings at all in the audit of those two federal programs. The document also includes a schedule referred to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. It details all that federal money received and spent by the city. And that's what we use to select our major programs from. There are some footnotes that follow that. And then there's a document called the Summary of Auditor's Results on the Schedule of Findings and Question Costs that summarizes all the findings from all of our audits. So it'll show that there was the unmodified statement Paul discussed on the financial statements. It shows that there were those couple of findings we've already discussed in the financial statement audit. It also indicates that there was no non-compliance related to financial reporting. On the federal awards side, it mentions that there were no material weaknesses identified, no significant deficiencies in internal control over compliance that were reported, and that we issued an unmodified report on the federal funds. It also says that there were no audit findings in addition to all the procedures that we followed that would need to be reported under the uniform guidance. Then it establishes or lets financial statement readers know what the two major programs were that we audited, what the threshold was for distinguishing between the type A and type B, which is the large programs versus the small programs, and whether or not you qualified as a low-risk auditee. Now that low-risk auditee designation is important because it determines the scope of that single audit. Because you're a low-risk auditee, we're only required to choose programs up, well, there's a 20% threshold. So we have to audit at least 20% of your major programs, of your federal programs. Because the airport improvement program was so large and we had to choose it because of the risk in it with all the construction recently, we were well over the 20% anyway. But in years where you have less activity, the airport's not as big, we choose some other programs, that becomes more of an item in that we only have to audit 20% of the federal funds. That's a 2-year look back on whether or not you had findings in your prior 2 single audits. And so since there weren't any findings in the prior 2 single audits, you hit that threshold of being a low-risk auditee. Then in this document, there was one final report. The state auditor's office has published a state compliance audit guide for auditors to do some testing of compliance with state statutes. The state auditor's office deems as important. There are some specific areas that we tested that are listed in that report. We tested compliance with budgetary compliance, fund balance, justice courts, restricted taxes and related revenues, Open and Public Meetings Act, and a fraud risk assessment. So if you were to go down to that statement or schedule of findings and question costs, I was getting it mixed up with expenditures in my mind there, 2 different things. Findings and question costs, you'll notice there were a couple of items that we deemed to be immaterial instances of non-compliance, which means we issued an unmodified report on state compliance, but there were a couple of things that we thought were not material that still rise to the level of needing to communicate. The first one deals with B&C road funds. There's some specific sources of those funds and specific ways that you can use those funds. And there was one expenditure that we found that was not very much at all, that was used for a purpose that was not allowed in the statute for B&C road funds. And so we just have reported that. The second finding related to state compliance, it's a brand new requirement. So there are several governments that have non-compliance findings related to this. But the state auditor's office has created what they call a fraud risk assessment. And that's a form that they want local government. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm going to interrupt. And Chris, sorry, I just saw your hand, but
That's
did
okay.
you have a question on that?
Yes. So on these items that you're telling us where it is non-compliant but doesn't require reporting, is there something that we should be doing or listening for as council members to try to prevent that in the future, or is this more of like an internal thing? What does this what should we be doing with that information in this particular section?
Yeah, that's great. That's a great question, and I'm grateful for the interruption so I can answer that. So the city council is charged with governance of the city and is ultimately responsible for setting and creating policies and how those things happen. The mayor's office carries those out, kind of like the legislative and executive branches of the federal government. And that might be simplistic. So if there are other nuances and things that go on, I'm not trying to ignore those. I'm just giving a simple example. As the body charged with governance, we bring these to you as opportunities, as you've said, opportunities for things to improve. Now, some legwork's already been done on these. There's a requirement in what we report to you that there's a view of responsible management prepared as part of the finding. And so the various people in the city management that might be responsible for those items have already responded with what they want to do. So you can look at that and you can make sure it's going to meet the needs of the city council as the oversight body for the city in making sure that those items are addressed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, so as I tried to say earlier, we deem these to be immaterial instances of non-compliance. So they're only deemed as such in that state auditor's report and don't require a report modification, so that we say that you materially complied with state statutes. And there's just a couple of immaterial things now for you guys to deal with. Okay. And the first one was that expenditure with Class B and C road funds that wasn't allowable. Management's already looked into that, and I don't want to read our report to you, but they plan to to do a little bit of training, I think, of the people that approve those expenditures and how they get posted so that doesn't happen again. It was an immaterial mistake, and public services won't submit administrative cost center items to B and C road funds again. The second item, as I was starting to describe, is that the state auditor's office has created a fraud risk assessment form that they require local governments to complete and then present to the governing body, which is the city council. This was a new requirement, and as such, it kind of fell through the cracks. It came out in early 2020. And we all know what happened in March of 2020 and subsequently. I mean, it wasn't just COVID. There was a lot of social unrest. And in Utah, that focused around this downtown and the city council building and things. And so there was a lot of stuff going on. And as a result, the preparation of that fraud risk assessment didn't happen and wasn't presented to you. In future years, I think the financial staff is planning to prepare that and present that as required. But what the gist of this form does is asks about your internal controls. And you get points for having specific internal controls in place. And then based on the number of points that you earn, you're ranked as either high risk, moderate risk, or low risk. Now, we haven't gone through that form, but being as large as the city is and having the segregation of duties and the internal controls that you do, my anticipation is that when management fills that out, you will find that you are a low risk entity in relation to the way the state auditor has written that form, because you have, in our opinion, adequate controls and segregation of duties in place that we haven't reported that many findings related to internal control in the past. And the two we have this year that we talked about already in the RDA and the audit entries are mainly related to timing and trying to get this huge, our arms around this huge audit, as Paul's already described. We start early, and in some cases, things aren't necessarily fully reconciled. And so that's not an internal control problem. We've said in both cases, we think the internal controls would have caught the things, you know, had they gotten to it before we did. But audit standards still require that if we find it, we report it to you so that you're aware of it. So that is the summary of the single audit and the compliance reports. And if you have additional questions now, I'd be happy to answer those. I'll also put Paul on the spot. If you have any questions about the financial statement audits or reports, we can answer any of those questions at this time.
Thank you, Mike. Council members, are there any questions? I don't see any hands raised, so thank you. I appreciate the update. Glad the city's doing what the city's supposed to be doing. So thank you for joining us, and we can move to the next agenda item.
Thank you. And we really do appreciate the opportunity to work with the city. It's a great team, great organization to be involved with. So thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate the opportunity. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you too. All right, we are going to go to agenda item number 5. And this is the a resolution regarding the bond authorizing the establishment of short-term borrowing program for the benefit of the Department of Airports. And we have city staff, Russell Weeks, Executive Director of Airports, Bill Wyatt, and the Airport Chief Financial Officer, Brian Butler, with us today. So I will turn it over to you, Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. This is a resolution that involves interim financing for the airport. This is a financial thing, so it's a very exacting resolution. The motion that you'll consider tonight is broken up into 5 different pieces. And just to be careful, you may want to read all 5 pieces when you're considering the motion. And I'll turn that over to the airport director and Brian.
Okay, thank you, Russell. I'll just make a couple of remarks and then turn it over to Brian. I think over the last several months, we've talked with several, if not all of you, about this idea, which came to life as a result of all of the complexities of the experience that we and everyone are having related to COVID. And several months ago, not really knowing where the bond markets were going to be, how accessible they would be to us. We sat down with our team of financial advisors and thought, you know, it would be a good idea to develop some kind of a short-term borrowing facility that we could use if we needed to, just to be certain that we never found ourselves in a cash crunch in the midst of this immense capital project. And so we commenced to do a request for qualifications and proposal. And as a result of the extensive process we went through, comes to you now this proposal for a short-term borrowing facility up to $300 million, which we can use in between going to the long-term debt market, which we intend to do later this year, as a matter of fact. So this is just a nice thing to have available. It's a big number, of course, but then so is the project in which we're involved. And with that, I would answer any questions you may have, but then also ask the airport's Director of Finance, Brian Butler, to get into the specifics.
Great. Hey, Russell, there were some slides we were going to present. Not sure who controls that.
Amanda Lau, our staff has those slides.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. So it looks like the slides are up. If we just want to go to the next slide, please, Amanda.
Brian, sorry, I'm going to interrupt real quick.
Yep.
Just for my co-council members, as you're all aware, when we share the screen, I can't see all of you in my screen. So if there are questions during this presentation, Brian, I hope you don't mind if council members politely interrupt you. And please, council members, feel free to do that if you have questions during the presentation.
Not at all. Please interrupt. So the slide you're seeing on here, as Bill was mentioning, we went through an extensive RFP process, and we really went out to the market and said, please tell us kind of what you would be willing to lend to the airport. And we did this, like Bill had mentioned, to create flexibility for the airport. With any debt issued by the airport, it is backed by the revenue streams that are generated here at the airport. And with COVID-19 and the dramatic decrease in passengers, there was a lot of uncertainty and kind of lack of enthusiasm for lending airports for a period of time, the traditional long-term debt financing. And so we saw a lot of airports hold off on some potential deals that they had planned to do, including ourselves. We had planned to go to the bond market last fall, but we had enough cash in the bank to kind of weather out this storm and really look for some alternative solutions to give us some flexibility and not pay these larger premiums due to kind of the lack of certainty regarding the recovery in passenger traffic. So what we're doing today is we just want to kind of let you know what the schedule is for this short-term borrowing program. We're presenting to you today in the work session. You will see we've submitted 5 documents for your review. The first document is a master subordinated trust indenture. Going along with that is a first supplemental subordinate trust indenture. And then you'll actually see the revolving credit agreement, a fee agreement, and then the bond resolution that we are actually going to ask you to adopt in this evening's formal session. Because this is considered debt, we do have to follow all of the rules of the Local Government Bonding Act, which includes a 30-day no contest period, as well as establishing a public hearing. We have established February 16th with the help of City Council staff as that date to hold the public hearing. And assuming everything goes according to the schedule, we do plan to close on this $300 million line of credit on Monday, March 1st. So if we go to the next slide, this slide really are the key terms that we think you should be aware of when evaluating this short-term borrowing program. First of all, we have the option of doing a line of credit for a commercial paper program. We chose to do a line of credit for a variety of reasons, but it's pretty straightforward. I think we're all familiar with kind of how a line of credit works. As we need funds, we kind of request that. And the agreement is through JP Morgan Chase. And they would just simply wire the funds to the airport. And then as Russell had explained, we then go ahead and we can use those funds to reimburse ourselves for cash expenditures that we've done on the airport redevelopment program. It is important to note that this is a 3-year term that we can utilize this $300 million through. At any time we go to the traditional bond market, we can terminate this line of credit. So we are planning to go to the bond market this summer. However, we do need to wait at least 1 year before exercising that option. Some of the things to take into account is by having access to this capital, the bank is required to kind of set these funds aside. So any funds that are not borrowed or drawn against would incur a 0.7% kind of interest fee for having access to this capital. What that accounts to is about $2.1 million on an annual basis if we didn't draw upon the line of credit. The next bullet point, I will not get into that level of detail, but this is kind of the formula on how they calculate what we would be paying in interest costs for anything we draw upon the line of credit. Very simply put, it follows a benchmark, and there's a certain percentage of it. Right now, the benchmark, which is the LIBOR, is so low, just much like every other interest rate, that there is a floor of 0.5% when it comes to that. Then for any tax exempt borrowings, there's another 1% added on top. So right now, based on our current long-term bond ratings, if we were to draw on this for the intended purposes, for tax exempt purposes, we would be paying about 1.5%. Compared to our traditional long-term bond offerings have averaged around 4 to 4.5%. So it is very favorable short-term financing. If we did decide to do anything on a taxable basis, it does go up to 1.75% based on current market rates and interest rates. It is important to note that all of these rates are tied to our long-term bond ratings as they currently stand with both Moody's and Standard & Poor's rating agencies. If there was ever an action taken against the airport as in the form of a downgrade, there are provisions within these agreements that these rates would basically increase. Basically, the bank wants to protect their investment in loaning the airport funds. So, you know, if there's a downgrade and it becomes more risky for them, they want to be compensated through that. As far as the master subordinate trust indenture, the only thing I'll really kind of talk about is when we issued our long-term debt, we did that on a senior basis, meaning this is 30-year debt, and we pledge the revenues of the airport to repay both the principal and interest of that. This line of credit is very similar to that. However, when it comes to who lines up to get paid first, you know, the long-term bondholders would be first in line, and then very close behind them would be JP Morgan Chase with this. We do have specific requirements that we are required to meet within the agreements. Part of that is providing quarterly financial information to the bank, which includes a balance sheet, income statement, statement of cash flows. But we also agree that we will set rates and charges at the airport to be sufficient, not only to pay the debt service on this line of credit as well as our long-term debt, but it also has to be sufficient to pay for our regular ongoing operating expenses. And we agree on a senior trust indenture that we will collect 125% of kind of what it's going to take us to operate the airport and pay debt service. On the line of credit, we make a similar agreement with them, but it is lower. It is 115% is the requirement. And so as we're going through our budget process and trying to determine what to charge the airlines for landing fee and terminal rents, we take into account all of our debt service. So we make sure we're always meeting our rate covenants, both on the senior and the subordinated basis. Other point to make is with a traditional debt issuance, you have a trustee set up that represents the bondholders. They're there to make sure that the airport is making their debt service payments and basically committing to all of these promises that we've agreed to as far as the financial information and the rate covenants. It's very similar with a line of credit. However, we do need to set up a secondary trustee on a subordinated basis. We also went through an RFP process for that. And the successful candidate for that was Zions Bank, we're pleased to announce. So we'll be working with Zions as the trustee for this line of credit. And it's a little bit different in that there's only one bondholder in this case, that's JP Morgan Chase. But Zions would be there to make sure that we're doing all of those things that we're promising to do within all of these agreements that have been submitted for your review. But with that, those are really the high level points that we think you guys know to make an informed decision on adopting the bond resolution tonight. But I'd be happy to answer any questions any council members may have.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry, go ahead if you have questions.
There is one more slide. Amanda, would you just advance it one more? This really, I forgot to mention, this is kind of the long-term plans for the airport going to the bond market. So this was done last September when we were preparing to go to the rating agencies. And, you know, we looked at our budget and we have different pots of money to fund the ARP. And based on what we thought we needed to complete it, it was about $1.1 billion of additional debt financing. We were very conservative with what we forecasted interest rates to be, not knowing what could change in 9 months with a new presidential nominee potentially coming in. So when you see an assumed bond yield of 4.1% for a July issuance, the reality is that's going to be much lower. It's probably going to be closer to 3.25. But the plan is we would draw upon this line of credit starting in March, but we would refund it with any long-term debt issuances. So in July, anything that we borrowed against it would be ultimately repaid. And then between 2021 and 2023, we would have the opportunity to draw again against that line of credit as the project cash flows required.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Council members, do we have any questions? Sorry, I'm trying to get you all on my screen. There you are. I don't see any hands up, so if there are no questions, I think that is everything that we need to know. Thank you, Bill and Brian, for joining us today and for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We are scheduled right now, and I mean, on our agenda item number 6 is a tentative break, but it's only 3 o'clock. So how does everybody feel about moving forward with the art ordinance revision presentation? Felicia, I see you're here. Would you mind if we moved forward? We're like an hour ahead. So if you don't have all of the people you need on the line, then we can wait. But if you do, I'd love to just move forward.
I am here. I don't think we have everybody on the line quite yet, but we could proceed if you needed to. I would feel comfortable with that.
Felicia, who are we waiting for by chance?
Really just our public art program manager, Kat Nixon. She's back up today, so I feel like we could proceed if we needed to. I know she was in transit.
Council members, what are your thoughts? Do you want to wait a minute or move and take a break as scheduled, at least on our agenda? Cindy just popped up. That means that she has something to say.
Just, Madam Chair, you could, I think, move forward because the council has discussed this previously, so there's probably not a great deal. We're more coming back to refresh you and to pull a couple of pieces of and separate those out. So it's, I think, fairly routine at this point.
That's great.
Okay, doke. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah, Felicia, if you will take it away.
I think Ben is going to kick us off today. Is that right, Ben?
That's right. Thanks, Felicia. And thank you, Council Chair. The council ongoing support for the arts, as well as the time set aside to have this discussion. The request we have before you is an increase from 1% of the CIP to 1.5%, specifically for some maintenance provisions. And Felicia is going to go through the detail, but at a high level, I'd just like to say that this request to the council seeks to look at 2 big picture master plan items in part. And one is to increase overall participation for the arts in terms of engagement of audiences and artists. as well as increasing arts that are embedded in infrastructure projects in the city. So this also seeks to move along some of the items on the mayor's 2020 plan in that it's identifying public art projects as well for the short-term and long-term enhancement of those projects, and provides funding for new ways to incorporate art into public projects. So I also think, just briefly, it's worth mentioning that, you know, as we have this conversation, it's one of these, it's worth recognizing that the arts are one of the most impacted sectors that has been hit by COVID-19. And so this is also, by having projects that support the arts, is also employing some of those artists that are negatively impacted by the pandemic. So we appreciate the council's support and engagement on this topic. And with that, I'll hand it off to Felicia for the details of the 1.5% request.
Hi, thank you so much, Ben. And I do want to acknowledge, I know she was in transit, but our public art manager, Kat Nix, has done an immense amount of work with us on that. So we really appreciate that, and all of our team and the council support as well. I wanted to kind of recap the timeline of a previous transmittal that we sent, which was the ordinance revision to update to the 1.5%. So that was a transmittal that we sent last May, which you're aware of, and was really the intention of that was to address this longer term issue of art maintenance funding for the public art collection, which has been largely absent as a part of a set aside. So we were able to establish an arts maintenance fund with the city and finance, which didn't exist before. Not only was there not a set aside, but the mechanism to use CIP funds for that purpose was established. And as you'll recall, we put an initial $200,000 of CIP funds into that account, which really is, you know, brings us to the art maintenance study that we presented. So the overall purpose of that 1.5% ask was really to address maintenance issues, as well as seeing an increased temperature for support of public art, both from the mayor and the council and in the city. It's very common for cities to have anywhere from a 1% to 3% policy for public art. So at that time, council requested this maintenance overview report, which is the most recent transmittal that we've sent you for updating. So I can talk about some of the high level sort of findings from that report and the purpose of that. Do you have any questions to this point? Okay. So there is a one sheet in your packet, of course, of the maintenance and inventory assessment. So we worked with a contractor from that initial fund to assess most of the works in the collection that needed assessment. And we're able to prioritize different tiers of artworks in the collection, from one needing immediate attention to level 4, which are the condition is acceptable. And there are no particular issues. So they were ranked 1 through 4. We determined, you know, within a particular period of time, how many works would need to start to be addressed in the collection, and then over time sort of charted out others that would take a longer amount of time. The other part of this study is just also assessing plaques and labeling that may not exist for works of art in the public art collection, and some short-term steps for deaccession policies and addressing the really immediate needs in the collection. And what we kind of learned from that in particular is that, for example, we had the $200,000 pot of initial maintenance funding that we set aside. Out of these 4 tiers of artworks needing attention, currently we have about 3 to 4 works, individual works in the collection that we know right now exceed well over $40,000 in needed repairs. So we know that setting aside maintenance funding according to national standards is going to be really important for what we see as an aging collection that's beginning to age and need maintenance. And national standards set aside, this is not addressed in the 1.5% transmittal, but national standards typically set aside in the state as well 15% of an entire project budget to maintenance needs. So the dollar amount of the project, we would set aside $15,000 or 15%, sorry, and set that aside. So that's a really critical thing that we should be doing for our collection in the future. It goes into a pool, and then works that are aging in the collection are addressed with those particular funds. Do you have any questions there?
I don't see any questions. I did want to say real quick, Felicia, sorry. If we're still on this topic at 3:30, I'll be interrupting you for a brief moment for our moment of silence. So just an FYI, I'll try to be nice when I interrupt you.
That's okay. Absolutely. That's no problem at all. So the period of time in which we would start to address these works of art, going out to individual contractors to find out the dollar amount per work of art in the collection, would be a phased approach over time. But we now have an estimate of how many works in the collection. We have a complete inventory, which hadn't happened for about 8 years of the entire collection. And we also have all of those works prioritized and ranked according to how they need attention and when they need attention, whether that has to do with risk to the community, something's deteriorating, kind of a variety of issues that are in that report that you received that was very large. And I don't know if you want additional details on that in particular, or what phases of the public art policy would be internal versus what's addressed in the ordinance. But that's the primary objective of this ordinance revision, is just being able to use those funds for the maintenance and conservation of the collection and sort of addressing the state of the collection.
Thank you, Felicia. It's pretty cool to see all of the notes about all of the works of art that we have in the inventory. So that's interesting. Ben Ludke, will you, and I sort of skipped over you, and I apologize for that, but will you kind of walk us briefly through what the ordinance says and what the material changes are, just so council members remember, please?
Certainly. There are 4 things that the ordinance amendment will do. 2 of them were already mentioned. The first is increasing the minimum annual CIP funding for art from 1% to 1.5%. There's no maximum, so the mayor could propose and the council could approve something higher than that, but this would set a new minimum of 1.5%. The second thing, as Felicia mentioned, is creating a public art maintenance fund. The council did approve $200,000 last fiscal year as an initial down payment to fund the maintenance study and to have some funding remaining for those initial one-time repairs. The third thing that the ordinance amendment does is it changes the Art Design Board membership criteria and limits. So currently, a maximum of 3 members on the Art Design Board can be professional artists, administrators, or teachers. The proposed change is to say 3 Art Design Board members can be professional artists, and separately, 5 can be art administrators or art teachers. And the Art Design Board membership was recently increased. I believe it's 7 members total right now. The fourth thing that the ordinance amendment does is it authorizes that Art Design Board to remove works of art from the city's collection. This could be selling or donating or otherwise disposing of it. And that leads to one of the policy questions the council could consider is what are the guidelines and policies for the city's public art collection, including removing an artwork from the collection, how artists are selected, if the council is interested in a broader conversation about those guidelines and policies. Some of the other questions are, is the council comfortable delegating authority for spending that 1.5% of CIP for art to the division? They'll decide how much goes to maintenance, how much goes to new art, and if the council would like to provide further policy guidance on how those decisions should be made. Other potential policy questions are geographic equity. Where are new artworks placed? How much to spend per project? And how are those decisions made? And if the citizenship requirement for the Art Design Board could be broadened to residents instead of citizens.
And if any of you want feedback on those questions that Ben asked, I'm happy to field those questions.
Council members, Dan?
Yeah, Felicia, thank you for the brief, but yeah, I would love to have some answers on and thoughts on those questions. But then I also have just want to go back one step. So the board would decide on the sales of the art. Does that art stay with the Art Council?
So what is typical for a public art policy is what's called a de-accession policy. So at this time, there are not particular works that we have an intention to sell, and there would be rigorous internal guidelines as to the ethics of the sale of work of art. But more likely what is to actually happen is a work would be de-accessioned because it's met its viable lifespan. So this is a policy that did not exist at the Arts Council and has been developed over the past year as a citywide internal arts policy that would include a de-accession policy. And so that's for instances where something has become, there's a whole host of reasons that a policy could do that for. It would be for something falling into great disrepair, no longer relevant to the needs of the community. So again, that would be an internal policy, but we don't currently have a de-accession policy. We have a de-accession policy draft. What I will say is that our contracts do currently include a lifespan and an expected lifespan for the purposes of the artwork. And we see that as an industry standard being around 30 years, but of course it varies by the type of media, whether we're looking at digital, bronze, you know, those kind of things. So that's really for legal purposes of the contract. I can speak to your question about geographic equity. The Art and Design Board has a whole host of criteria in selecting where to do projects, and one of those criteria is not only you know, examining the population numbers and demographics that reside in a particular area, but how many works we have in our public art collection in a particular area. So we have data about what works of art are where in the city. For example, in District 4, we see a really high amount of artworks in proportion to, say, District 1 in the city. So that's absolutely one of the criteria amongst many that we look at when we're selecting projects with the Art and Design Board. Yep.
Go ahead, Dan.
Madam Chair. Felicia, on that same note, do you guys rotate the art anywhere? I mean, if you can rotate it, if it's paintings or sculptures, do you ever rotate it to the different districts or different neighborhoods?
Great question. So there's two primary kinds of works of art in our collections. We have what we call the city and county collection, And there are some works at the public safety building, several in fire stations. Those are primarily two-dimensional works of art. And then the other part of the public art collection is mostly site-specific sculptural artworks that are permanently installed. So the CIP funds have strings attached to them as to what constitutes a permanent work of art in infrastructure. So those are going to be the flying objects that you see downtown, roundabouts, things of that nature, typically site-specific sculpture, but the nature of that media, we're really trying to diversify in the collection to not just have sculptures, but digital permanent works of art or audio or lighting or things of that nature. So that can really broaden. So those are permanently installed. Typically, they don't move in that public art collection. The city county also, we're really at capacity in city buildings and haven't had an aggressive art collecting policy at all for two-dimensional works of art. We have the portraits of the governors and things of that nature, or sorry, mayors. And so those works really don't rotate. And for example, sometimes they're bought for the purchase of, say, example, the public safety building. So those artworks, for the most part, stay put, but they do occasionally rotate with the change of administration or particular requests from the cabinet. Did I answer all the parts of your question there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I see Chris's hand up.
So I don't expect you to be able to answer this, but like on my list, well, I don't expect you to be able to answer it right now off the top of your head, but like from my list, it says that I've got 7, but I think 3 of them are gone. And so I'm just hoping that, I don't know if it's, you know, what can be done to restore those. The Dancing Cows one is like the one that went away most recently. Dream Dog might be back, I'm not sure.
Dream Dog is back.
Okay, Dream Dog is back, great. But like there's another one at Warm Springs Park, the 12 Breezes and things like that. So I would love to be able to get those back.
Yes.
Installed as soon as we can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everyone. I am going to briefly interrupt everyone. It is almost 3:30. We're a minute away. And so in solidarity with other cities out the country and with our next president-elect and vice president-elect, we are honoring the lives of over 400,000 Americans who have died from COVID-19. So with that, in just a few minutes, I would like to do a minute of silence. As the mayor mentioned earlier, we will be ringing the city-county bells. Unfortunately, none of us are there to hear how beautiful those bells are, but we can all imagine it as we take our moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. I know that many of us have had family members, friends, coworkers that have been affected by COVID-19. And it was interesting to take that moment. I appreciate taking that moment to reflect on this pandemic and how it has affected us in so many different ways. And I hope that as the vaccines continue to be rolled out, that we can maybe get back to some sort of normalcy, but with a little more gratitude and of what we really have and how appreciative we all are of being healthy and safe at this time. So thank you again for allowing us that moment, and I will turn it back to our discussion on art, which, as mentioned by Ben Collender, that our artists have been throughout our community, have been incredibly impacted by COVID-19 and the effects that it's had on our economy. And so this is an important discussion. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Chris, to answer your question, I'm glad you brought this up because one of the challenges that we have within the public art program is adequate staffing, not only for the maintenance and restoration of works and just doing customary inventory, but the kind of bid reinstallation process. Right now, we're really challenged to even keep up with new projects. In the past, there was a time when CIP funds worked in conjunction with the Arts Council Foundation to use independent contractors to keep up with some of the demands of the maintenance funds or maintenance needs. And my understanding is that because that CIP account for maintenance was not established, that was not a permissible use. So currently, now that we have this fund, we would actually love to contract out some of this work and are in the meantime with independent contractors to deal with some of the maintenance issues. Right now, in the public art program for the city, we're staffed with one person. We had a half-time position in which we didn't get funding for last year and are now funding that part-time position actually through the Arts Council Foundation to keep up with those. So it's absolutely a challenge to get works back into place that need to be, you know, reinstalled or addressed with these maintenance issues, and we know that's a big need.
So would it be possible to, you said we can no longer use CIP funds for that?
Well, CIP funds in the past could not be used by the Arts Council Foundation because we're all taken care of with uses of those through contracting and the maintenance fund through the city now.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a staffing issue to execute on that work.
Would it be, okay. So it's not so much the funding issue now as it was funding issue in the past. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
The mechanism by which maintenance happens, it wasn't even collected in the past. No maintenance funds were collected. So if this ordinance were to pass, not only would we collect the funds, but we would have a mechanism in which to spend those funds for maintenance. Before it was only for project construction.
Okay.
So yes, that's accurate.
Okay, because, okay, yeah, I think that answers my sub question was just going to be like, is there a way that we can get a list of what it would take to do just to take all of the works that we have that are sort of out of commission and put them back? Do we have that number? And is that something that we should also be budgeting for, or is our CIP funds sufficient to cover that?
Yes, we absolutely should be budgeting for it. And just to make reference to some numbers again, we set aside that $200,000 for both the study and some maintenance last year. But to give you an example, our total art collection is valued at over $9 million. Had we set aside a 15% industry standard for maintenance, at that number, we would have, of course, over $1 million set aside for the age that our collection is. Because that hasn't been done through these prioritization of works, and I can dig into that report and tell you which ones are not only in disrepair but need to be reinstalled, because those are counted. Again, we have about the $200,000, part of which was spent on this fund. Right now, we have 3 works that, for example, a couple of them were damaged in the riots last year. We have a work of art that was recently hit by an oil tanker. So we already have a bill over $40,000. So we know that funding is going to go very quickly and it's not adequate. So the purpose of this is really to start saving where we should have for repair of works, because the repairs needed in this assessment will far exceed the funds we have.
Felicia,
Okay.
just a follow-up question on that, Chris, if you wouldn't mind. In
Oh, yeah.
regards to the semi with the Parley P. Pratt statue, shouldn't that have been under the insurance company? I mean, that shouldn't be something we're held responsible for. The
Yes,
semi that hit it.
that's being taken care of, but on the front end, we may have a lag where we have to pay a particular bill for something. I mean, that hasn't been entirely established yet, what's going to come of that. But yes, in that particular case, that is going through an insurance policy. But that's not the case with works that may just be in disrepair or distributed to various different departments for, you know, like the plaza there and things like that we don't have final numbers on yet.
Thank you, Alicia. Oh, sorry,
Sorry,
Chris.
just one more follow-up. If we could get maybe a new updated amount on what CIP isn't going to cover, and I mean, I don't know how the council members feel, but I would be interested in getting that through or seeing it in a budget amendment. And the reason is that I know that like right now is a really difficult time funding wise, and that next year may prove to be even more difficult. But I think that in times of like economic struggle, it's even more important to invest in public spaces and to invest in things like public art for quality of life purposes. I mean, I think things are just very dark right now and a lot of people are suffering, and I think it's worthwhile to do what we can to enhance quality of life by investing. So even though it's, you know, some might see this as like the worst time to do that, I think it's actually a more critical time. So I hope that I would be open to that. I don't know if I haven't raised this with anybody else on the council. This is me just talking right now. But I definitely would be interested in that.
I really, really appreciate you saying that, because I agree with you. To give a little context to that process, the purpose of this maintenance study was just to do the inventory and assess the condition of individual works. So the next phase of work would be to get individual bids for works that are in disrepair. And typically in a public art program, that that process would go over years in time, because we'll see artworks fall into disrepair. We would work with, you know, depending on the nature of the media, whether it's, you know, sculptural or metal or wood, a variety of contractors. But I think a first good step towards that would be to assess the most critically, over the next year, the most high prioritized works in that report, to kind of move through it that way, because it is a phased sort of year-long approach to reach out to individual contractors for every single work in the collection and assess the dollar amount of what that would cost. And it's not always a year-to-year thing. Some, you know, a bronze work may not need attention for, you know, several years or just general maintenance. Something that's lighting or requires televisions would maybe be every 2 years. So it's that phase of this maintenance work is quite a long process, but we could definitely get dollar amounts for those highest prioritized works in the collection.
Thank you, Felicia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did council members have other questions? Andrew?
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is for the Art Maintenance Fund. This is one-time funding currently. Is that correct, Felicia?
Yes, that was correct.
And the ordinance seems broad enough where once you do some study and some research, this wouldn't be limited just to city funds. You could go solicit other funds for this maintenance fund as well.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Do you mean raising from like grants or the private sector for maintenance funds?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's broad enough where it wouldn't limit the funds could be raised privately versus just public monies, correct?
Yeah, and that's something we may want to discuss as a council, because one mechanism in which to do that could be the Arts Council Foundation, our nonprofit arm. Like I mentioned, we're funding a part-time staff from that. Our employee for public art is a city employee. So I can't speak, I had asked Ben or Finance to speak to if we can add funds to a city cost center, what that mechanism is, but we could explore some method in which to do that, I'm certain.
Okay. And that can be an ongoing discussion, I'm sure. Just for context, council members, I remember after the last renovation of the exterior of the city county building, in my discussions with the restoration firm, they said they could do about $10,000 per year in just maintenance on that building. And so I think as we think about art and we think about our public assets, I think the city county building is an extreme example of art, but it does cost a lot of money if we want to do this ongoing versus every 20 years putting a lot of money into renovations and things. So I'd be willing to explore that. The question I had is more of one maybe for Ben. Are there other examples in our city of public assets, land or buildings, art, whatever it is, wherein a private board can make disposition determinations on that other than the mayor?
Jen Bruno is shaking her head, Ben. So if you want Jen to jump in, you can be off the hook.
Jen, feel free to jump in.
I'll accept Jen's answer.
I didn't mean to interrupt if Ben was going to answer. I just heard silence, so I felt like I needed to turn my video on. So yeah, the short answer is no. I think the closest thing is maybe even the Eccles Theater, but even in that case, that board cannot dispose of what is essentially government property because, of course, the origin of all of this property comes from taxpayer dollars. So I think to some extent that would probably be a concerning. You might even have a Dutch problem. So I defer to the attorney's office on that. Anyway, that's just my.
I think that was my concern too, is generally when we're looking at disposing of public assets with public monies, we probably need a public official to have an ultimate say on that in some capacity. I think we may want to look at this ordinance and see if the mayor needs to be that person or somebody sort of who's an elected official probably needs to have a stamp of approval on how we dispose of certain assets like this. I hear what you're saying about generally it's not going to be a sale of something, but it would make sense to me to ensure that conforms to our general processes.
And Felicia, oh, sorry to interrupt. My question to you would be in this proposed ordinance that the Art Design Board, I believe, would make that recommendation to the mayor, which the mayor would ultimately be the final decision maker on the disposition. Is that correct?
Yes, and that would come through also the Art Design Board and Councilperson Johnston. I didn't mean to say there's no mechanism by which to do that. That has occurred where we've navigated that legally with the city to essentially daylight or deaccession a work of art or because it's out of commission, but it's not a formal policy right now within the public art program.
Okay, just so it's clear to the public that the ultimate decision lies with the mayor in these determinations and not necessarily the board or any other entity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the Art Design Board makes recommendations to the mayor.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnston, the specific wording in the ordinance is to make a recommendation for deascension of works of art, but it doesn't say recommending to who. I think Felicia is correct that it's to the mayor, but that could be a council change to the draft ordinance to make it explicit that the recommendation for deascension is to the mayor.
I would support making that small modification just to clarify.
And as I mentioned, we have really robust internal policy that we've developed on these as well that we can talk to the Art Design Board about.
Madam Chair, given the discussion, I thought it would be helpful to compare fiscal year 21 CIP money for art to a hypothetical next fiscal year and how that would operate under this ordinance. So,
Excellent idea, Ben.
thank you. So this year, the council approved CIP with a little over $87,000 going to art, but it's limited to new art in CIP projects. Next year, if the CIP budget was the same, but the council adopted this ordinance, it would be $130,000 because it's increased from 1% to 1.5%. And that $130,000 would be flexible, so it could go to maintenance, but also go to new art. And the decision about whether it's maintenance or new art is being delegated under the ordinance from the council to the Arts Council and the Art Design Review Board. So that's the change that's happening, is the dollar amount and the authority to decide which maintenance or new art the money goes to. And I also want to, go ahead.
Sorry, Ben, is there, and I'm looking at the ordinance now, but since you're talking about it, is there any elected official oversight on that decision? Is there sort of does the board recommend, you know, we think that of that 130,000, 30,000 should go to maintenance and 100,000 should go to new art, and then recommend that to the mayor and have that oversight, or does the board make the decision and that's that?
Great question. So the reason that that is not in the ordinance, which we worked through with city attorneys, is because, as I mentioned, standard best practice is up to 15%. It's recommended preliminarily that we do put that 15% in an account because, as I mentioned, we don't even have much maintenance funding right now. But there could be a theoretical time in which the account builds enough where we don't want to put the whole 15% into maintenance. It should go just to new art. So our internal policy idea is that it never exceeds that, but if there's a time when it needs to be less, that mechanism is built in, and that's something that would be worked through with the Art and Design Board and an Arts Council staff decision. And if there's other policy recommendations we need to explore for that, we'd be amenable to that. But if it's a fixed number in the ordinance, eventually the need for it in a long-term planning scenario, we wouldn't necessarily always want it to be that fixed amount. If the fund built up, if, as Councilmember Johnston, if there were other funding sources. Right now in the city, maintenance has really been dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Often other departments are funding installation and maintenance and restoration, which is a larger policy issue, I think, for a future discussion. But right now, that's sort of how that's been dealt with. Does that make sense? So internal policy.
The other piece I was going to add, Madam Chair, the ordinance amendment before you, we received late last week the maintenance study that Felicia has referred to. The maintenance study could be a separate briefing. I haven't had a chance to comb through it. And one of the big questions, and I don't know if Felicia knows off the top of her head, what are the one-time repairs, the cost for those, versus the ongoing maintenance funding need? The ordinance amendment before you creates an ongoing funding stream, but we don't have the parameters of what are the one-time repairs and the ongoing ideal maintenance funding level to compare what we think CIP would be for art next fiscal year and beyond.
And as I mentioned, that would really be a long-term project to evaluate. The diversity in the media in the collection is so wide that, again, like a bronze sculpture could be a one-time need, or maybe just need waxing, where like a bulb in a projector of a future work could be ongoing and a very different amount that's year over year. So it's really based on not only what the object is in the collection, but actually how much the collection is aging. We have a relatively young collection, so funds that go into this maintenance fund aren't a project to project dollar amount per year. We're saving now for works that were built maybe 20 or 30 years ago that are deteriorating. So that would be the next phase of a maintenance and inventory sort of assessment that would take quite some time.
And in the meantime, Felicia, if I could just add to that, it's worth considering as we take new projects into the public art portfolio, that those maintenance considerations be added to the portfolio on a case-by-case basis as we build the backlog and sort of understand what those ongoing costs and one-time maintenance costs will be.
And that's really the purpose of the 15% standard, based on national practice of knowing that there's going to be some fluctuation on a per work basis and a collection-wide basis, but that's best practice for what we would need. So again, having, you know, $9 million in works of art and not accounting for inflation, had we saved those funds, we'd see over $1 million in that fund right now.
Thank you, Felicia and Ben. And council members, is there anything else on this? I would like to point out, I do think that in section 2.30.040A, that it would be pretty simple if there was support to change any remaining members shall be citizens who are actively interested to residents. I don't think we need a citizenship status on board members.
I'm absolutely in agreement with that and welcome it.
And then there was one other thing I was going to say and now I forgot. Hold please. Oh, and then the change regarding it's subsection E. It's 050 subsection E, recommending deassociation of works of art in the city's collection to the mayor. I think we just need to specify that it needs, that recommendation should go to someone. And the mayor seems like the right person for that to go to. And then I am a little concerned about this, just the board making the decision on how much goes into the maintenance and how much goes for new art. But I haven't in my brain figured out any sort of wording that would make sense, that would kind of put a little bit of oversight on that. So maybe offline at another time, both Ben's and Felicia and I could talk about what maybe a compromise of some sort would be there. I completely understand, Felicia. I don't think that we need to put a staunch number on something. It needs to be flexible. But there's something there that is a little concerning to me, that maybe we can just tweak a little bit that would kind of address some of that concern.
Yes, we would welcome that. And in the draft internal policy, we have an up to, and we can definitely put mechanisms of how that's evaluated over time. So there could be the maximum of 15% and the language could be up to, and we could develop the policy further to determine the mechanism by which we evaluate how large that fund gets. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it might just, like I said, kind of address some of that concern. So we could certainly talk about that. Cindy popped up.
Okay, sorry. along those same lines, Madam Chair, administrative policies can be changed with the stroke of a pen and are not done in public. And so if there's something that's really important, and it's a fiduciary issue or policy issue, it really does need to be in the ordinance. And so I'm just a little worried that this ordinance delegates more authority than most of your ordinances do to either the administrative staff or the board. And so based on what you've raised and a couple of the other questions, can we just double check that and come back to you with maybe some minor suggestions? I think the result would be the same, but I would suggest embedding a few of these things in ordinance as opposed to relying on policy that isn't yet written and could be changed by a future administration.
And I completely agree, Cindy. I think that that is part of my concern, right? Is that in future years, it could easily say, yes, we created this maintenance, some other board, or if it's not in the ordinance, could said, oh, we created this maintenance fund, but we really don't have to put anything in it, and we can spend all 100% on new art, and then we're right back at square one with having deferred maintenance because somebody on the board or somebody, the ranks have changed and their priorities have changed, and it's not in the ordinance. So maybe we can work with the attorney's office as well to come up with some language that would address that concern.
Great.
Andrew?
Oh.
Sorry, Felicia.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I would absolutely concur with this. A little bit of the challenge in drafting this was that we did consult with the city attorney office, and because of the lack of maintenance and needing it to be more in the beginning and perhaps less later, they advised to not put that in ordinance. But if we need to rework that language, I absolutely see it from both perspectives, so we can. That's a great protection to have for a future administration that may not set aside any.
Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I understand the flexibility and the need there. The question I have is along the lines of what Cindy's saying. As we look across the city, both in ordinance, broader departments, and all aspects of the city, we look at equity and inclusion and those kind of issues. I would like to see us have more overt language in these ordinances as well. There's nothing that says anything about valuing equity in our decision-making about art or anything else. I would like to see such language put in almost all of the ordinances if possible, particularly ones that allocate funding and resources. I don't think if it's not set in there, I don't think we're on the right path towards these kind of changes.
And Councilperson Johnston, again, to Cindy's point, we do have mechanisms with the Art and Design Board that are administrative and internal policy that absolutely address that, but I would like to see it formally addressed more as well.
Great. Thank you. This was a good discussion. Yeah, Cindy.
The main reason that we've had this ordinance for a while, we were waiting for some additional pieces that the council had asked for, and one piece arrived last week, as you know. But the main reason that the administration wanted it on the agenda is to make it clear for the upcoming budget. I think this is correct. For the upcoming budget, that it's the council's expectation that the number that would be in the proposed budget is 1.5% for art instead of 1% for art. Now, it isn't the council's role to dictate what the mayor puts in her budget, but I think the big question is the council anticipating that you'll see a budget that includes 1.5% for art? And if you felt like taking a straw poll on that piece of policy, would probably answer some questions for the administration.
Thank you, Cindy. I think that's a great idea. Would anybody like to propose a straw poll simply regarding our intent of increasing the arts fund from 1% to 1.5%?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a straw poll that we increase the percent for art from 1% to 1.5%.
Great. Any questions on the straw poll? Show your thumbs up or thumbs down. Let's see, we've got thumbs up from everyone who is present, which is me, Councilmember Rogers, Councilmember Dugan, Councilmember Mano, Councilmember Wharton, and it looks like Anna and Andrew just stepped out for a minute. So that, oh, and a thumbs up from Councilmember Johnston. So I hope that that does give a little bit of direction and answer a couple of questions for Ben and Felicia and Madam Mayor. So that is our intent, just working on the logistics and the language a little bit of the ordinance itself.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, we were cruising right along and then we had a very lovely, robust discussion. So now we're right back on schedule and it is time for a tentative break. Our agenda says 20 minutes, but you only get 15. So we'll be back here at 4:15. To make sure that we continue. So we're going to continue. Hopefully we have some other council members joining us shortly. We are on agenda item number 8. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is nice. And this is regarding the HUD and CARES Act funds. So today joining us, we have Ben, our Ben from council staff, Lonnie, the director of HAND, Jennifer, deputy director of HAND, and Tony, the policy and program manager of HAND. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see all of you. So I will turn it over to Ben Ludke to give us an overview, and then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a quick intro, and then the administration has a short presentation. And after that, we can begin going through the funding log so you can see the individual applications. And it would be most helpful today if you could let us know if there are questions on any of those applications. So we have time to gather responsive information and bring that to you at the follow-up briefing next month. This is the first briefing, and we have a second briefing tentatively scheduled for February 2nd. The funding before the council is a little over $7.1 million. It's one-time money, and the funding is authorized under the CARES Act, and the city is receiving it through HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department, through 3 of their existing grants. The funding must be spent by September of 2022, but there is a sooner deadline that the funds must be under contract with community partners by May 17th for some of the funds and June 1st for some of the other funds. So that is the soonest deadline approaching for the city to award these funds and get them under contract with nonprofits and other community organizations. Since these funds are authorized under the CARES Act, they are under separate regulations from the HUD grants you see each spring. If the council were to take the mayor's funding recommendations and agree with all of them, there would still be over $900,000 in remaining funds that wouldn't have a community organization to go to. So that's one of the big policy questions for the council, is what to do with those remaining funds. The advisory board that also provided funding recommendations had a suggestion that the remaining funds, to the extent possible, go to the vaccination effort for vulnerable communities. There are other options the council could consider for the remaining funds. It could also go back out for another round of open and competitive applications. But as I said, there is that deadline approaching in mid-May for getting the funds under contract. So that would need to happen pretty quickly. The council has discussed this funding twice before in budget amendments. In Budget Amendment 5, the council approved the administrative portion of the grants. This is the funding that goes to the attorney's office, the finance department, and Housing and Neighborhood Development Division in recognition of the costs and the employee time it takes to manage these grant programs. The other time the council discussed this grant funding was in Budget Amendment number 6 earlier this month, when you took a straw poll to support the request from SwitchPoint for $750,000 for operating expenses at the temporary emergency winter shelter at the Airport Inn. So I just want to highlight that one for SwitchPoint and the 3 individual administration funding items you've already acted on and expressed support for. We will need to formalize those in the adoption resolution when the council approves the rest of the funding. There are 2 attachments to the staff report. Attachment 1 is a summary sheet. It lists all of the applications, the name of the applicant, their score from the advisory board and from the administration. So it's a handy way to compare all of the applications on one sheet. Attachment 2 is the longer funding log that has more details and project descriptions. I also wanted to highlight a couple policy questions. In addition to the $900,000 in remaining funds, the other policy issues you may be interested in are, there were 4 disqualified applications and 1 partially disqualified application. Those are listed with red text in the funding log, so you can quickly see them. But you may be interested in asking if there are other city resources that could help with those funding needs. And there are 3 instances where the advisory board and the mayor have different funding recommendations. And you may want to ask the administration for the rationale and why they have a different recommendation. That's all I have for introduction. Amanda, I think you should have Han's presentation ready, and then we can switch to the funding log after that.
Okay. All right.
Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Council Chair, for this time. We really appreciate it. As Ben said, and Ben did a fantastic job just doing a quick overview and summarizing this, these complicated funding and this complicated funding process. So thank you, Ben, for all that you do. Again, I'm just going to go through a very brief presentation. If you can, Amanda, you can advance the next slide. The council has seen this presentation before, last time back in October when you were finalizing the funding categories. Again, I just always want to just make sure we really understand this unique funding one-time source, which is to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 in our community, our unique needs of Salt Lake City residents. Has to be still eligible HUD activities. HUD has made it very clear that we can't duplicate any type of funding or available funding in the community. And again, it is one time with fewer restrictions, which is a little bit nice. Next slide. Just a little let's touch base about where we're at with the timeline and deadlines. You can see there ever since back when the CARES Act was signed back in March 27th of last year, where we're at now. There circled is basically it's an opportunity for council to review the applications and give final recommendations. Ben already outlined the deadlines. The deadlines are down there at the bottom. I don't need to summarize them again. I just will specify that those 2 dates, that's basically the reason why there is those 2 dates of when those funds have to be committed. It's just when the timing that we received the grant agreement from HUD and when the mayor signed it and then returned it back to HUD. The May date is for the HOPWA and ESG, and the other date is for CDBG. Okay, can you go to the next slide? The next 3 slides, I'll just quickly go through. I do want to kind of orient you and point your eye to the left column. Again, so this is the CDBG CV source. And then there in the left is the activities that were the funding recommendations that we came about through a very extensive and lengthy process, including city staff, community partners, all through the summer to really say what's currently not being met by other CARES Act funding, what are the unique needs, what can these funds actually cover, and how can we best direct these funding sources. For CDBG, for example, there is housing stability, there is public service agencies, community stabilization, and then economic development, small business grants. You can see there's a row that says 3rd round. Right as soon as we were about to advance this as in transmittal to council for your review, we received a 3rd round of additional funding. So of course we just put it in there as said to be determined. I also do want to show you too is that on the right hand column as well, those recommended amounts are just a recommendation. Those aren't caps. We don't have to stay at that amount and can't go up. That was something that through the community assessment process, we kind of came about to that. So I just want to make sure that that's how these categories were derived, but also those recommended funding amounts for those categories. I do want to there's a little bit of overlap. I think it's kind of housing stability, that first one. It's a mortgage assistance to prevent people from losing their equity in their home. But then the small business one, I just want to point out that the public service agency and community stabilization, they sound kind of similar. I think the easiest way to really understand and just kind of keep organized about this is public service agencies, the nonprofits in our community have to greatly just shift gears on how they provide services and how they interact with the clients. So a public service agency category is really identifying the needs of staffing needs. It does also include supplies for personal protective equipment, et cetera, but it's really kind of geared towards staffing needs. The community stabilization one is a little bit broader. It does include staffing as well, but it's more centered on the actual like supplies, but then also actual product going out, such as food assistance in the community. So you gotta think about that as like staffing needs versus items going out to the community or serving the community or their client base that they're serving. Can you advance the slide? Emergency Solutions Grant. Again, we have homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, street outreach, emergency quarantine shelter. Again, I just want to kind of specify, just make sure, because there's those first 2, homeless prevention and rapid rehousing, kind of seems as similar. Really just think of it as homeless prevention as those who are currently housed, who are 50% AMI, who we're trying to keep housed, as opposed to rapid rehousing, that's 0 to 30% AMI, very, very low income, extremely low, and those who are usually experiencing homelessness, get them out of homelessness back into a housing situation. So you kind of look at the between the 2 for there. Can you go to the next slide? Again, we reached out to our partners in the community and said, this is what these HOPWA funds are eligible for. They said housing stability. And so there was just the one category. We did receive one application for that category. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide. And again, as Ben mentioned too, you do have the very unusual opportunity to actually direct funding towards just a reminder too, and this is why myself and hand staff are here to help to kind of really spell out what is eligible under these funds. We did kind of capture too what the recommendations were from the CDCIP board, as well as the Housing Trust Fund board, as well as hand staff of just kind of community need. Especially too, because we've gotten to this point though, when we were crafting this back in the summer, this is where we're at now. What are the direct community needs for Salt Lake City right now related to COVID? Again, so we identified some, vaccinations, but then also ongoing housing stability and homeless services, especially getting homeless individuals into a housing situation. I also do want to just do a quick little shout out to the CDCIP board. Again, this is something that they did. This is our resident advisory board, as well as the Housing Trust Fund. They did this on top of what we normally request of them to review our federal applications. They squeezed this in between the holidays, between Thanksgiving and Christmas. They did a fantastic job. Even though we received less requested funding than available, they still gave it rigorous attention. They do a fantastic job. So big shout out to that resident advisory board, both boards. But then also thank you so much to the mayor and the mayor's staff for going through these applications, reviewing them in detail, and then advancing their recommendations as well. Again, just huge thanks to Ben for summary of the staff report. And again, like to give as much time and attention to the council for any questions that you have about specific applications or eligible activities.
Council members? You go ahead, Ben.
I was going to ask your preference, Madam Chair. There are two ways that we've gone through the funding log in recent years. Both are equally fine. One is to have the administration give a quick summary of each application and then have council members raise questions, if any. Or if time is more of an issue, just naming each application without the explanation and asking if there are any questions and going through the funding log a bit faster. So whichever is your preference.
Well, I think that we have time. We have 45 minutes scheduled for this and we're a couple minutes ahead. I think, what if we put up the funding log? We'll start with the CDBG CV log and maybe just kind of have council members look at it and see if there are questions there. And maybe if administration or hand staff want to kind of walk through that a little bit, let's start that and see how we go.
That would be
and again, council members. Oh, sorry, Ben, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Council members, I can't see you, so if you have questions, just jump in and I'll stop interrupting Ben.
Just it's attachment 2 if council members are trying to pull it up on your personal devices. And Amanda, if you could zoom in a bit. The left side has the project descriptions. That's better.
Okay, so Ben, can you, if I look at my attachments, I have, it's page 5 of the staff report basically, but it's the longer version that has the applications that were not eligible. Do you have that?
That would be attachment 1, I think you're referring to, where it lists all of the applications on one sheet.
Yeah.
Amanda, can you switch back to attachment 1?
Sure thing, just give me a moment.
And then another question I have while we're pulling that up is the $940,000+. Is that extra from what the mayor's recommending or what the CDCIP board was recommending?
That's from what the mayor is recommending.
Okay. So if we look at this attachment 1 that has all of the applications for CDBG monies, like for example, the NeighborWorks mortgage assistant program, that application was not eligible, but the mayor's recommending 200,000. The request is 200,000 and the mayor's recommending 200,000. Can we give that 200,000 if the application was not eligible? And why was it not eligible?
That is a special case in that the initial application was disqualified. They submitted a second new application for activities that were eligible.
Okay.
And that's what the $200,000 is for. The other ones that were disqualified, my understanding is they did not submit a follow-up application for eligible activities. So NeighborWorks is an exception.
Got it. Okay.
Madam Chair, could I chime in?
Please.
We very much wanted to have mortgage assistance be some part of this portion of the funds. And when NeighborWorks initial application, as Ben said, didn't qualify, we went back and asked if they would be able and willing to work with a mortgage assistance program, and if so, if they would adapt their application as such. So we're grateful both to have a mortgage element of this and that they were able to do it. And I know that Tony can speak to this, but the hand staff really worked with the other applicants that were not eligible, trying to see if we could get them eligible and make their programs fit with the funds. So I know that the staff worked hard on that.
Great, thank you. So for me, this is an easier version. I don't know, council members, if you want to go through these, if you have questions on this, if the other version that they pulled up the first time is easier for you. I'm kind of leaving it up to you, council members.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dan.
I'm not really sure if either way I'm looking at both, but I'm looking at the first, I guess I'm looking at the other one where it says the recommendation from the board was to provide money for supporting vaccinations for the vulnerable population. And I wasn't quite sure what medical care, I wasn't quite sure, didn't understand what that meant. And is there already, are we lacking in funding in that department? And the other idea was, hey, we need to look at for rent assistance, food scarcity. You know, is there, can you use it for motel vouchers? Can you use it for paying for electrical and water bills? Is that kind of stuff eligible? And how do you divide that? I'm kind of just throwing that question out there because I don't know who could answer those.
So thank you, Council Member Dugan. So that there's a lot that possibly could be funded with the remaining funds. If it's kind of, we're here to kind of hear from council to really see, are you guys hearing anything in particular that's currently not being funded, that is not being met? And then we can work with council staff to really go and see, double check against other funding sources, eligibility for this funding source to then help direct those funds. Because there is a larger list, but we do want to make sure that we're targeting these funds as best as possible.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thanks. I had a question about, I'm a little unclear about what it means that these cannot be duplicated services, because it seems like we are funding some organizations and programs that we have funded in the past with just general CDBG dollars. And I think that'll also help us if as we try and think of ways to use the additional $900 and something thousand to make sure that we're not suggesting things that would be ineligible for a reason.
That's a very great question, Councilman Mano. So what they mean by that, basically, the best example that they had kept giving was you can do a small business grant program for small businesses relief, but you have to make sure that there's not additional funding for payroll protection program or other small business grant programs. They're basically saying that those have to be exhausted. It's been really frustrating with these funds just because we're so thankful to be able to utilize them in our community, but they are meant to be emergency responsive, but at the same time, almost kind of like last dollar in, and that's what they kind of mean by the unduplicated. So we have to really make sure, and you'll see too, when you look through the other attachment when you get a chance, normally we'd like to bring forward to you a pretty good 5-year snapshot of agencies that have been funded before in the past and how much they've received over the different years. You'll notice in that larger document, that funding log that we provided for you, they don't have that because these are all brand new programs. These are all supposed to be brand new programs, not just funding, additional funding. They were very clear about saying, agencies can't necessarily claim like, well, we've taken a hit with fundraising because we haven't been able to hold our big gala like we normally did. So that's why we're asking for this. And so HUD's been very clear to say, like, this isn't supposed to be kind of backfilling your budget, unfortunately. This is really just meant to be addressing and responding to and preventing to COVID. So it comes down to the staff where we have to really make sure that, like, even when we brought forward the categories weren't currently being funded, but then we still feel good about moving forward with where we're at now with the categories, with these applications. When it becomes time to actually make and draft the agreements, those will be in-depth conversations though with the agencies to truly make sure like they're not receiving any other similar type of CARES Act funding for these programs. Sorry, that was a big long answer for but that's what they kind of mean by, and that's the guidance that HUD's given us for unduplicated.
Thanks. Maybe to dig a little deeper, I'm noticing in CDBG CV funds, like for instance, the in-between requested something. They also requested something in ESG CV funds, and the CDBG was eligible, the ESG was not. And I guess I'm trying to figure out how to sort through that understanding.
Yeah, great question. Their CDBG application was eligible because that is helping cover the staffing shifts that they've had to accommodate. And again, the good thing about these funds too is that any incurred expenses going back to March, the agencies are able to, they're eligible expenses that can be included if they are approved for funding. So that's great. Their ESG application, it really comes down to HUD has a very specific definition for what is considered an emergency temporary shelter. So they put in an application for that. And because of the nature of what they were planning to do in their application, it wasn't temporary. Temporary really truly means it's nothing was there, it comes up, and then after a while, then it goes away.
Thank you.
Are there other questions on this? Yeah, please.
Maybe Tony, I guess in my head, there's two things that come up immediately. The first is, it was mentioned in the staff report, if there's any way that this funding could help a vaccine rollout quicken, I would much prefer to put everything possible to that. I think that will have a huge impact on the city as a whole going forward. If it's not necessarily a matter of money at this point with vaccines, especially before the deadline comes up, the second thing that comes to my head is, have we talked to the county or the providers about partnering on emergency housing? I know we've paid for a fair amount, but I don't think we have enough. And I would be deeply intrigued by the idea of purchasing housing at this point with one-time monies for COVID needs right now, because we certainly have them in the vulnerable populations. And then after the pandemic subsides, we could use it for other things.
Yes. So, great question. So really to the kind of the first point of just identifying kind of the vaccine needs, that is something that we can look at specific applications that if they have the capacity, if they kind of wrote it into their, if they were doing, say, for example, on the next page, there's the ESG ones, for example, there's some doing street outreach. Their proposed applications are currently saying just really just engaging them, making sure they have access and they know about access to healthcare, keeping safe distances, trying to get them someplace where they can isolate. That could be currently, just because they wrote for that, we can still have that be kind of the activities, but then also include vaccination type efforts for homeless individuals. Or again, we can look at the existing applications and see where we can try to really have them give a lot of attention or have that be an emphasis for vaccines.
But we can't be proactive in that way, Tony, because most of these agencies don't have access to vaccines. They're not going to be able to do that because the county health department is determining that piece. So if we don't be proactive in telling the health department or offering it, I'm not sure these agencies are going to have that opportunity to do that anyway.
So my apologies if I misspoke. It's really more of engaging, whether they be seniors, shut-ins, homeless individuals, or folks experiencing homelessness, just to get them, make sure, like almost like help them get them to vaccination efforts. Not that they would have the vaccines themselves. So my apologies about that. And then to that question too of coordinating with the county with their vaccination efforts, that's something that once we finalize applications, then that can be a component written into their requirements for their agreement that they coordinate with the larger vaccination efforts or larger partners.
I guess maybe I'll rephrase it, Tony. $900,000 that's sitting there right now that hasn't been allocated because there aren't applications. Is there a reason we can't go right to the county health department and say, with this money, could we do a quicker rollout of vaccinations? Or have we done that already?
Council definitely has the opportunity to identify a new, if you want to call it an application or an activity. You do have that option. And then it's just a matter of making sure that it's eligible, it's not duplicated.
Okay. I mean, I would say from the council, if we don't have other options, I still think if it's a matter of money for any level of government, county health department or anyone else, and we can team with them to get this rollout quickened, I would prefer to do that over almost anything else I can think of. But the second piece was that housing thing, Tony, about COVID housing right now.
Yes. And can I just, before I answer, can I just clarify the definition or what you mean by access to housing?
What I mean is right now the county runs Stay Home, Stay Safe housing option for those who are highly vulnerable to COVID. And we're running a couple other ones that are built around the fact that COVID is impacting the ability to do shelter. So we have to do different types of shelter, which makes it eligible versus sort of a standard congregate setting shelter. If we were to look at purchasing a motel, for instance, or something along those lines, or going in a motel purchase that could be used for that purpose now, that asset stays with them. We could use it for housing later on as well, right?
No. We looked into this and we can provide additional support and research to council staff about the requirements for purchasing. ESG was very restricted. And so with ESG, it would eventually have to be paid back. You could use ESG dollars to then purchase a site or facility, but it would have to be paid back after a certain period of time. CDBG is a little bit more flexible in that respect, but that's something that we can go into more detail and with council staff as well. That's purchasing. There is the option to, though, just for additional motel type vouchers, that would be considered temporary emergency shelter. That would fall under eligibility. That would be something that is possible. Additional, similar to the programs that you mentioned.
But no one's applied for additional motel vouchers that you're aware?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But we do see still a need for those motel vouchers. We just haven't been handing them out. Is that true?
Well, again, too, because we reached out to the community through a competitive application process. And there was just the one eligible one for SwitchPoint, which you're familiar with, which Ben reviewed briefly, but then no other additional providers specified in their application for being the recipient, and then just, they'd have to distribute it and then also track it as well for motel vouchers. Again, the council has that possibility and that option to dedicate a new provider and activity.
I think my concern, Dan, is that I'm not sure that the coalition I'm not sure they're aware if there's a need for more at this point. But my gut instinct is there is a need for more, period. We still have plenty of folks camping outside and we don't have access in. So I'm concerned about that. But the CDBG is where I thought we could use it for purchasing, Tony, even coordinating with another entity.
Yeah, because I'm curious. I'm kind of fascinated that we're always saying, "Hey, we need more money," but no one. We got $1 million sitting out here. No one is saying, "Hey, I'll take it," for whether it's hotel vouchers or food delivery. Utah Community Action is hammering, saying, "Hey, we need more food to disperse," but I don't see any requests for more food. Do they know we have this much more money, and are they just saying, "Hey, we can't hand it out. We don't have. No one wants it."
Council Chair, would it be all right if I responded to Dan Dugan's Council Member Dugan's question?
Yep.
We are seeing that there is a lack of capacity for some of the agencies to take on more funding, for them to be able to literally be able to manage the number of calls or the number of applications they're receiving. I don't think that there's any lack of our attempting to reach out to the various community partners, and I think that it's a very unusual thing for us to have that amount of money not requested. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I agree with Council Member Johnson that vaccine rollout will do a huge service to the city, but I just don't understand. I don't think we understand enough about when vaccines are going to be available to know how to accurately use that. Or it doesn't seem like the money I didn't understand. I don't think that like cities are buying the vaccine, right? I thought that they were being provided, and it's just a matter of how fast the supply chain can get them to us. So if that's proposed, I think we need a little more information about how that would actually work. The two things that come to mind, I don't know if these are options, but we talk a lot about rent and mortgage assistance, and I'm wondering if that's an option to use some of these additional funds to try and keep people housed that are on the sort of verge of, that have housing stability. And I forgot the other one, and I'll come back to you when I remember it. Thanks.
Perfect.
I can.
Oh, go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
I was just going to quickly say, yes, the vaccine rollout, that is a very bigger, but then anything that we can do towards education, awareness, literally driving people to and from, again, anything that would, more in terms like that could be something that we can review in a little bit more detail about what's eligible and what's possible, and part of the larger, the larger sphere of vaccines. To your question, though, more rent and deposit assistance, though, council does have the option to look through every application here and see that if that's something, even though they requested X amount or mayor recommended X amount, you can increase that amount if you so choose.
But we would have to make sure that those agencies can manage the distribution of that amount of funds. Otherwise, it ends up just getting returned, right? Because it won't be used.
Correct. Right. And we'd follow up with them about, council would like to possibly increase your request. Do you have the staffing, the capacity? Go through the details again, the timeline of when, and just all the details to really make sure that they feel that they have the capacity to administer those funds. So yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm wondering, so another thing that I don't think there was anyone that applied for this, and I don't know if it would be eligible at all, but I know like last year there was the security grants to property owners adjacent to the homeless resource centers, and I don't know if that is a thing that could be offered again through this to sort of help people, adjacent property owners that are experiencing security concerns. Maybe that is that possible?
A good question. That kind of falls into the category, though, that is not related to COVID, to prepare for, prevent, or respond to COVID, unless there was, it would have to be a really solid reason to fall into that category to address COVID-related needs. So, but without more specifics, it would probably not be an eligible activity.
Is the deadline May again, Tony?
May for doing the HOPWA and the ESG.
What about CDBG?
June.
June? And the ESG looks like 400,000 remaining unallocated. And how much for the CDBG again?
Does anyone have it near them? Or we can go to the,
for 68.9.
Thank you.
Oh,
They're
how much
very
again?
simple.
It's 468,900.
Thank you.
One last thing too, council can set aside these remaining amounts and hold on to them until those deadlines, just as long as we have the decision and the authority to then commit under contract by those dates. Otherwise, we risk losing this funding.
Well, that's the last thing any of us want, is to lose almost $1 million in funding.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
could I make another suggestion perhaps?
of course.
I would suggest perhaps that if, I guess the information that Darren asked is totally appropriate. Is money an issue right now in the vaccine rollout? If it's not, if there's other things, I get it. We can't use the money. It's not going to help us much. But that's my first question. My second question is, could we reach out to Catherine Fife in Salt Lake County and the Coalition on Homelessness and ask them? I'm not sure they're actually aware that there's this much CARES Act money sitting there that's not been requested or being able to use at this point. And I'm almost certain that they have plenty of needs that could be addressed with this in that time frame.
That's something that hand staff can definitely follow up with.
Are there other questions, council members? I have a couple of questions, Tony, if that's okay. Can you talk to me a little bit more about, hold please, I'm looking, the Maven district?
Yes. Yeah, that's with 9th South LLC. They put in an application there we had dedicated category for small business grants. Going through their application, though, they would basically offer relief rent. They have a co-work space plus some of their actual tenants. They would basically be the administrator for those funds. Going into detail, though, we had to dig through HUD regs. HUD's very specific, though, about having what they consider an arm's length transaction. Basically, they would prefer to have a nonprofit administer funds to small businesses. Whoever is administering the funds can obviously pull out some admin costs, but they really want to see that it's going directly towards. So basically, the fact that even though it's a good application, they would be paying themselves in essence, and so HUD requires an arm's length, some distance for this type of fund, especially for for-profit entities. And if they would have applied if they had a nonprofit arm that they were doing it, if they were broadening it out to the larger community, to the larger citywide or maybe a whole neighborhood, and basically just saying we'll administer, but then anyone within this boundary, but it really was just limited to their own tenants. And so for that, we had to find them ineligible.
Are there any sort of nonprofits that deal just with small businesses? I mean, I'm thinking like, I don't think the Black Chamber of Commerce is a for-profit, but would we be able, or even the Downtown Alliance, I don't know if they're for-profit or nonprofit, or the Salt Lake Chamber, but I'm thinking of, well, first off, I completely agree with the vaccines. I think that would really, $1 million or close to $1 million going to that would be incredibly beneficial to our residents. But to Darren's point, I just don't think that we have enough information about getting them, rolling it out, what the county would need. Is it a money thing? How can we support? So those are definitely some questions we need answers to. But if that's not the case, I think about, our small businesses that are on the verge of closing down, and that means people lose jobs, and losing jobs means you can't pay rent, and then you can't pay rent, and it's that trickle effect. Are there other sort of entities that we could reach out to see if they would be that nonprofit that could administer funds for small businesses?
Yes, great question, Council Chair. We, during this process, while we were during the summer, plus in the fall, we really launched this for competitive application. And even when these were open for applicants to apply to, we did work really closely with the city's economic development office to really just to say, who do we need to be making sure that they're aware of this? How can we provide them technical assistance? We made sure that organizations such as the Pete Suazo Business Center was aware of it as well. There was a lot of attention. We did a grant application training. We had a lot of folks attend there from various different entities that were related to small businesses. But then these are the applications that we received. Granted, a lot's happened from the fall to now. And so there's definitely the space and the opportunity to kind of pick those conversations back up again about with entities, with nonprofits who are able to administer this or other organizations.
Madam Chair, to piggyback on that idea, we had the program where we were having restaurants make meals for organizations or for people. Was that were you going through a nonprofit to do that, where, hey, we're paying the restaurant the funds to pay the salaries to provide the meals for the vulnerable populations? I mean, you're doing two at once. You're providing jobs, but you're also providing meals. Was that program going through a nonprofit?
I think that's Nourish to Flourish. Is that what you're remembering?
Yes, that.
Yeah, that's going through a nonprofit. And the council funded that with CARES Act money in a budget amendment a few months ago, but those were not HUD grants. I'll defer to Tony if Nourish to Flourish could have applied for some of these funds, quite possibly.
That is, to my understanding too, isn't that through the International Rescue Committee? Nourish to Flourish?
They have several partners. I'm not sure if they're the controlling nonprofit. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Sorry, and I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. But it sounds right. That would be the International Rescue Committee.
We worked really closely with. Well, we didn't work. We basically made ourselves available during the application process to any applicant to really kind of say, like, this is what we're thinking about, this is what we're eligible for. It was great to see the IRC put in for their Spice Kitchen Incubator small business program, which was great. Again, targeting those who kind of missed out on the first rounds of or available money from the CARES Act. low income, entrepreneur, minority, fantastic, solid application on their behalf. It would have been great to have more similar applications, but again, this is kind of what we received. Again, too, we're here to kind of help, identify the gaps that are currently still existing, work with identifying providers who could possibly fill that gap.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Tony. Hello?
Sorry, Anna?
Yeah. I have a question for Tony. How about the Downtown Alliance and the Farmers Market, Tony? Did they apply?
The part of the application process, the Downtown Alliance was part of it. They were planning to submit an application for a program. We worked with them very closely. At the very last, like a day before, they communicated to us that they were choosing not to submit the application. But they were aware of that.
And Church and State?
Not sure. I do know that our Salt Lake City's Economic Development Office was great to work with to really kind of help spread the word as much as possible about these funds. But I don't know the exact. I don't have in front of me of the recipient list.
All right. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Yes, and one moment, Lonnie. The mayor, I think, would like to make a comment, and then I will get to you. Sorry about that. Mayor Mendenhall?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. I appreciate the council's interest in, brainstorming the entities that could have potentially applied and didn't. And I will express some of the urgency that we feel in getting this money out the door. And the council approved the process that we went through. It was a process. It was, I think, the most appropriate and transparent process versus more expedited ones that other cities across the country have used. But the cost is, here we are having had the dollars for a very long time and needing to get them out. I want to emphasize that our hand staff did an exceptional job reaching out to these partners that you're brainstorming now, and that the capacity of entities working under 2020 circumstances, COVID circumstances, and everything else is a great deal of the reason that we didn't have more applications and more organizations who felt like they could take on a HUD grant and the federal obligations that are attached to these kind of dollars. So we share in the desire for more applicants, but this is what it is. And we are anxious to get the money distributed into the community and, wish more people would have applied too, but it's just not what happened.
Thank you, Mayor. Lonnie, did you want to say something?
I have to unmute to be able to say something. What the mayor just said was on the lines of what I was going to say. We would really like to take the information or the questions you've posed and potentially reach to some additional community partners. But we would look to you for guidance on how we go with the initial and these current applications and potentially get those dollars out and then be able to work on the remaining nearly $1 million.
Yeah, I don't think that any one of us want to hold up the amount of money or the allocated money at this time. I think what I'm hearing and sort of, I guess how I feel, and I don't want to speak for other council members, just sort of what I'm hearing is that, one, we're incredibly surprised that there's $945,000, as I'm sure you are sitting there. As Lonnie mentioned earlier, this never happens. And sort of trying to, it sounds to me more that we have some brainstorming of where to put that money. Do we increase some of the amounts that are already allocated for these programs? Do we look at the vaccine rollout and see how we can support support an expedited vaccine rollout? Do we, put this, I don't want the risk of losing $945,000 by going through another expedited application process and then potentially not getting applications. And then we hit the deadline right. And so I think what I'm sort of hearing in the brainstorm of is one, confusion of like, wait, why didn't this happen? Why do we not have these applications? Understood that it was expedited, and certainly I know the HAM staff probably worked diligently in trying to find applicants for this. But then how do we determine how to allocate that other amount of money and where do we put it? And so I guess part of me is thinking, well, if there's some of these applicants that we could increase their funding amount, let's do that before we approve it. I guess we could always come back to them and give them more later. But Mayor, I'm 100% with you. I don't think anybody wants to hold this up, and I think we just want to make sure we're meeting the needs of the community as best we can, particularly when we have that much money sitting there and we want to make sure it gets out. Are there other comments from any council members or administration or staff?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, so if we approve this today, there's nothing in the process that we outlined or the statutes from HUD or anything like that that says we can't go back and just increase the numbers later, is there, as long as we do it before that, what is it, May or June or March or April date or whatever it was? Can we just approve this now and then say, hey, everybody that received funding through the CARES Act dollars, let us know if you can take on more and then come back to it in a month or something? Or if we approve this amount, can we not then change it later?
Tony, I'm going to let you speak to that. I feel like we've done quite a bit of already reaching back to the applicants, but I was not on all of those calls. So I'm going to say Tony or his staff could probably speak to that more clearly.
What Council Member Mano just outlined is possible, to commit these funds now and then follow up them before the deadline for additional, if they have the capacity.
Darren, I think, and Ben Ledke, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is scheduled for action on February 16th. So we haven't noticed it for action for today's agenda.
Correct. We have a follow-up briefing scheduled for February 2nd, and then the council could act that night or at the next formal meeting, which is February 16th. And I just want to note that I have two follow-up questions based on the discussion. One to the health department about funding and resources for the rollout of the vaccine, particularly to low-income and underserved communities in Salt Lake City. And the second question about what are the source documents, the regulations about using the funds for purchasing housing. So those are two things we'll come back to the council with answers on.
Great. Is there anything further on this? Tony and Lonnie, I do have a couple of questions for you. I know that we have kind of several different pots of federal money from the CARES Act to these HUD grants to, I think there's another. Would it be possible, and maybe you already have this information, but to provide some sort of chart showing the different pots of federal money that we have and kind of where they're going? I mean, not specific programs or things like that, but kind of a 50,000 foot level of what the pots are and kind of the different categories, just so I can keep my head straight on this federal money stuff.
That's something that actually Ben and Lahua, your council staff, have already been talking with us about, the addition of the treasury funding, for instance. So yes, we would be happy to just outline, here are the many columns of money and their sources and their potential uses, eligible uses.
Oh, that's great. They read my mind apparently. And then the other thing is, do you as a department feel that you have sufficient capacity to administer all of these different pots of money? How's your staffing time going?
So we are excited to say we have 3 offers out for the HUD CB time limited positions. And we are currently reviewing the applications for our regular HUD program administration grant specialist, and that we probably will need to talk with council about how we would fund or how we would staff the new treasury funding.
Okay, great, good to know. Well, if there are no other questions on this, then we'll just look forward to some follow-up answers from some of the questions that Ben reiterated, and be back here on this February 2nd. Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
With that, we will turn to agenda item number 9, which is our previous year's legislative intents and interim study items. And we have Allison with our office with us today. And I just wanted to say, you know, the legislative intent, the reason we're bringing this up is simply to clarify some of the intents, to see if there is any edits that maybe we would want to make, to see if some of them are done. When I looked at them, some of them already are like, oh wait, we did that, like kind of check off the list a little bit. And then maybe just to kind of make this an initial conversation. So if there's other information that we can get back from departments have some idea of what we're all thinking as council members with these legislative intents. So it's just kind of an initial conversation regarding these. Allison, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You pretty much took all the words out of my mouth. The only one I wanted to add is that typically the legislative intent schedule includes a second round of review of legislative intents, and we anticipate that will come in an upcoming budget amendment, so that this would be a written form of what departments have been able to do. And then the third round goes through the annual budget information. So that's another round of written results. So this is really the only time to sit and talk them through at the point that members of the administration can ask clarifying questions, and that you, of course, can ask your questions or make changes. So I would share my screen if Amanda will let me. There we are. I can't see it. Can everyone see that it's up there?
Yes.
Thank you. So I believe, Madam Chair, you had asked your colleagues to pick out any particular legislative intents they'd like to highlight or discuss. And if you'd like to go about it that way rather than going through one by one, that may be the quickest way, but obviously it's up to you.
Yep, let's do it that way.
Okay. Please. I have the screen up so I can do any needed editing on the go.
Council members? Nobody?
What's
Okay.
the question? Can you repeat the question, Allison? Sorry.
Sure. The chair had simply asked if there are any particular items from this list of, I believe they're 15, fiscal year 21, I'm sorry, yes, they are 15, that you would like to discuss or clarify with members of the administration. And then the chair may wish to offer the opportunity to any members of the administration who might need some clarification on what they're expected to do on any particular legislative intent.
I'm interested in the RDA one, the RDA portion. I think it's number 12, if I'm not mistaken. Is it? Maybe not.
Number 12, oh, I think it's 13, the Transfer Housing Trust Fund
It's
Development
14.
Loans.
Oh, 14,
14
sorry,
as well.
14.
So you'd like to ask, presumably Danny?
Yeah, and then, you know, if it doesn't have, it could be today, but if not, I know we can discuss this later, but this is one that I would be interested in continue looking at.
And Madam Chair, I think that to follow up with Councilmember Valdemoros, the reason why number 14 is on there is because we're still waiting from finance to figure out the impacts for tax purposes or for any purposes really for shortfalls that we see on in the budget. So I think that's what we're still waiting for, because that we know that that's already a legislation that's coming forward in this year. So we need to figure that out quick.
Thank you,
Mr.
Vice
Chair,
Chair.
we have just a little bit of extra information. Recently, we received a white paper that I think the city's financial advisor did. It was focused more directly on the tax impacts in year one of the legislation and didn't talk about sort of the broader question that I think the council was looking at getting at, which is what are the tax impacts in future years, which where general funds and frankly RDA funds would need to be increased to serve citywide. And so that's the question we're still working for more answers on. So just the update on that.
Thanks, Jen.
Madam Chair, I had a question about item number 6.
One moment, Chris. I just got word that Danny is available to respond if we want him to respond to that question on number 14. And Danny, I think, as James pointed out, it seems like in part we're waiting for the finance department and maybe you've already figured this out in some ways to talk about the financial impacts. But if you want to respond, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. Just a quick response by way of just updating the council that is something that we, together the RDA and Economic Development, have been working on with finance. We are probably about 90 or 95% of the way done with that. Finance was just running a few additional calculations and scenarios, but they've put a tremendous amount of work into that. And so we're just making sure that that's ready to be submitted, and we should have that, I would assume, probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So if there's any additional questions on that, I'm happy to answer that. But I assume that when we submit that can then lead to further discussion if the council requests it.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. Can I ask if everybody else is having problems seeing Allison's screen? Mine's just blink, like weirdly blink.
Yes.
Mine comes on sometimes and then, and then turns off.
Now, now it's on.
Yeah.
Is it back on?
Yeah. Council members, but it's kind of weird and we can only see one at a time. Council members, do you each have an ability to pull up this so Allison can stop sharing her screen, since it seems like we're having just a little bit of trouble?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
just to follow up, I just want to point out that speed is really the most important on this the bill that we talked about with Danny on number 14, just because we know that bill is coming forward, and I'd hate to see it, actually go through and, end up on the governor's desk to be signed before we even have these calculations out. So whether it's for or against us, it doesn't matter. We need that data in order to make that decision, right? To make sure that whether we are for it or against it. I'm extremely nervous that we're going to get it without even having this information done.
Thank you, James. Yes, Chris.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask about number 6 and if, which is tuition reimbursement and police officer education. And I was talking with somebody that works for the Utah System of Higher Education and wondering what like opportunities there are for tuition reimbursement to encourage officers to get a 4-year degree from like one of the state's technical schools. And I'm just wondering if progress has been made on that, or what we can do to further that discussion.
I'm happy to jump in on that, council member. So to give you an overview of the individuals in the police department who have availed themselves of the tuition reimbursement program since 2015, 441 individuals have applied for and received tuition reimbursement when seeking either higher education or different forms of educational attainment. In the last couple of years, that's averaged about 80 individuals each year. And so far in 2021, there are 5, just one last little number. The city's tuition reimbursement program has been in place for as long as I've known. In the time when I was away from the city, it has been updated. It was updated before I came back, of course, since I haven't been back that long. But individuals who are seeking these types of educational assistance can be enrolled in an educational institution that's accredited by one of the national or regional accreditation resources councils. And individuals who apply for those funds can receive up to $4,000 for tuition fees, for coursework and books per calendar year. And the last time that I looked at this, I would say that $4,000 ceiling is tied to an IRS ceiling. It may have changed slightly since this policy was put in place. It was put in place 4 years ago. So individuals in the police department are availing themselves of the benefit. There are the information about it is in the MOU and in city policy as well. There's some background about it.
Is there something we could do then to increase participation in that you can think of? Just because, we know from lots of surveys that, and studies that police who have a 4-year degree are less likely to use lethal force. And I think it's one of the areas where police officers can feel where we're trying to decrease use of force, but also not that there's been some concerns about morale and retention in the police department, and this seems to speak to both of those needs.
So there are things that we can do. As you know, we've been working very closely, super closely with the police department in the last several months. One of the things that's in the works is talking about having a higher educational attainment for promotions or potentially for hiring. And there's trade-offs there, as you know, council member. Labor hiring labor, hiring entry-level police officers is, and in my opinion, will continue to be a challenge. But that's one of the ways that you can bring that, encourage folks to go and get degrees, get the 4-year degrees, or equivalents, because there are different choices now, as I'm sure you know. So yeah, those are some of the things we're working on, and that work obviously will be ongoing.
Councilmember Wharton?
Yes.
2 things that may be helpful to your question. The city did a benefits study last year, comparing the city's benefits individually and overall to the market. And for the tuition reimbursement program, the $4,000 annual maximum was found to be more generous than what's typically provided in the market. So it is a competitive benefit according to the study. The other piece of information that might be helpful is police officers have access to a career incentive. This is a supplemental pay based on education. It's $300 for an associate's degree, $600 for a bachelor's, $900 for a master's, and $1,200 for a PhD. This is annual. It is not per paycheck. It's an annual supplemental pay in recognition of that education.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to, we don't need to, I don't think, go through them, but emphasize that the need to keep number 11. And then I think number 11 led us to put number 10 on for historic park guidelines. And I just am hearing from constituents who really want us to move forward with that historic park guidelines discussion. So I hope we can have that soon.
Great. Andrew, oh, there's Kristen. Kristen, did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was just going to mention that Public Lands is working with the planning group on setting up the steps and cost estimating for some of the cultural landscape reports. And right now, we're actually working on the Pioneer Park Cultural Landscape Report, and we have funding for Allen Park. There's been a little bit of work done on Washington Square, and in our future CIPs, we'll be asking for funding for Liberty Park and Parley's Historic Nature Park. So Nancy Monteith has taken the lead on this if you have any other detailed questions, but we are working on those steps, and we'll have some cost estimates for you when you're ready.
Thank you, Kristen. Nancy, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, we can provide a full schedule or, recommendation. We have, historic landmark sites. We have other properties which have historic significance. And I think the thing I wanted to add is the council, asked the administration for design guidelines. And when conferring with the planning division, that the Secretary of Interior standards for the management of historic landscapes is the cultural landscape report. And so you need individual cultural landscape reports for each site because they're so different and they're multi-layered, and there's topography, there's histories, and it may not all be immediately visible. So we need to take a site-by-site view of these landscapes. And we have, as Kristen mentioned, a couple in progress. We have a couple in the queue for CIP requests, and then sort of a list of future efforts. So we're really excited about this, and the preservation team has been really great to work with, and I think we're refining our roles and how we better steward these landscapes.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Andrew, I think I had called on you, right? Your hand was up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of a quick follow-up on that question before my question. How are we choosing the sites to focus our attention on for these parks?
So there are currently 4 landmark sites. So those are sites that are designated. They're local landmark sites. They've been, they get additional protection, and those sites are reviewed. Any improvements to those sites are reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. So we're prioritizing those. We also have sites, Allen Park has significant historic resources. So even though it's not a landmark site, we think it's of utmost importance to understand the history before we make any interventions on that site. And we have some knowledge, or we have a list of sites that have some histories that are already complete. And then we also have designated historic districts. So we're working as best we can to kind of weave in the landscape approach into the existing strategies and approach the planning division takes to manage other historic resources in the city. Did you have a question about a specific site?
Well, I just want to clarify, because I was thinking of Jordan Park and the Peace Gardens. That doesn't seem to be brought up, but I don't know how it fits or not doesn't fit.
So Jordan Park is not a landmark site, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't qualify. I think what's happened, and I may defer to the planning division on this, but we do have it on our list for wanting to put in a request for FY23. So we would like to see a cultural landscape report completed for that, as well as perhaps Riverside Park and other areas.
Okay. Thanks. I mean, I'll want to follow up if we have more discussions about it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my question were.
Andrew, you got muted. Andrew, you
I
got
reversed
muted.
it, sorry. My questions were number 1 and number 9. Number 9 is the golf fund. And since Kristen and Nancy are on, maybe Kristen particularly, is the current analysis about the parks and open space for the city management, is it factoring in anything along the, including the golf or open space with that analysis, or is that separate?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councilmember Johnston. It is actually being a part of the comprehensive master plan. This was added a little bit late to our scope, and so we are looking at golf in the master plan, but it will not be a golf-specific master plan, and golf really should have its own master plan. And this will touch on golf and how golf and public lands can work together and find some synergies. It'll look at how golf complements our public lands for the public and the benefits that it can add to the public, but it won't get into real specifics. And there's been some work done already, and Matt can go into that a little bit further, the work that's been done golf with looking at like SWOT analysis. But yeah, we are spending some time on it, but it is not going to be the focus of the master plan.
That's fine. I agree. It might need its own. I do think, though, that I'm glad it's a part of that analysis. I think it does overlap quite a bit, and it will in the future, in my view. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
My other question was number 1 about the role of the police department. We left that fairly vague when we first started up. One particular aspect of that we talked about this week is a couple of us, and Cindy had a good idea about mental health, and if we could potentially look at a focused analysis of just community mental health intervention strategies and the system from the county level to the city, it could be a major part of that police role discussion. I know that there's some discussion if we need an outside entity to do a full analysis, kind of like what happened with homelessness recently in the legislature. I would be in favor of the council supporting such an analysis of mental health system work in the city and tying that into our police discussion as soon as possible. I don't know if it'll require some financial allocation from us or not for that study, but I'd like to keep it on our radar sooner than later.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. And then just because I saw Matt come on, I don't know if he wanted to respond at all to the golf CIP fund plan to number 9. I won't put you on the spot, Matt, if you already logged off.
No, I'm here. I can answer whatever questions anyone would like as far as fund balance, how it's been spent historically, kind of what golf's plans are in the upcoming future.
I don't know, Matt, and this other council members can decide, but I don't know if we need specifics today, but I am glad to hear that you're working on it. I think we'll be having a big discussion about it when come budget season, as per usual.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I just had a question for council on that number 9. If there was any council members in particular that were interested in helping us formulate that plan in a smaller group setting, if there's anyone in particular that's interested in helping us with that, we would love that input. And it doesn't have to be decided tonight, but if there is some council members interested, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate that. I would love to help out. So what we'll do, we'll have our staff, Allison, if you'll send out an email to all of the council members with that invitation, and then start to try to set up some small group meetings for those council members that are interested.
Will do.
Great. Matt, you got off the hook tonight. Are there other council members that want to discuss different legislative intents?
Chair, I think the one that jumps out to me is number 7. I think that's still important for us to kind of figure out what that process for using the transportation dollars is. So I don't have anything specific to discuss tonight other than to just say I think that should still be on our list and remain.
Yeah, I think that is a good one. And I think for me, the CIP process, I think needs to be added as well. I mean, this is specific to the county transportation funds, I think. But I know last year the CIP process was a bit frustrating for me, and I would be curious as to see what the plan is for this year with the CIP monies. And I don't know if anybody's prepared to answer that now, but that's why we're having this initial discussion. If we can come back and talk about that, and even offline or do another update on it. But other council members? Oh, hi, Blake. Did you want to say something?
My saying something was going to volunteer Dan Ripp, who's on the call, to talk through this year's CIP process. We're right in the thick of it, and we've had exciting applications come through. Constituent applications are closed. Internal ones are closing or wrapped up, and we're excited to bring every single application that came in to you before too long. But if Dan is within earshot, I'll turn it over to him to help clarify your question about the process this year.
Awesome. Thanks, Blake. Hi, Dan.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Great. Thanks for giving us a minute to talk about the CIP process. And as Blake said, we're well on our way. Everything is kind of back to our normal routine. And I know the applications are in, like Blake said, and then we are just getting ready to schedule and start our CD CIP board meeting. So I think we have a really good round of CIP applications this year that we're excited to share.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, Dan.
I'd like to discuss number 15, decriminalization review of the city code. And with the equity and policing, this seems to be should be prime on our list, probably as a number of things are. And I just want to know where we are status wise, or if there's been discussions on it in small groups or not, because this is going to take some time, but we need to start sooner than later on this one. And I'm not sure who could speak to it at this point.
I believe it would be someone from the attorney's office. If not, we can certainly, to my knowledge, there probably has. Excuse me?
Hi. Katie's on the line. We'll turn it over to Katie.
Great.
Hi, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Dugan, for bringing this up. I think that it's something that we will need to prioritize if it remains on your list. Frankly, it was a sort of a triage 2020, but certainly is something that we are committed to and can bring the resources of our office to if it remains on your list.
Yeah, I think it should be high on the list. I know it's number 15 on this list, and there's a lot of high priorities. But when you bring it all together, the hiring, the discussions, the equity in policing, the training, and just the police officer's roles, if he's wasting time criminalizing people for jaywalking, that's not the right use for the police. So just trying to be efficient with the police officer's duties and responsibilities.
And just to clarify, my understanding of this briefing is not to eliminate anything on the list. These are all things that passed along with the FY21 budget. You will have an opportunity to say, okay, these are complete, or we'd like more work on any particular item during the budget process for FY22. So unless you tell us otherwise, I think all of these will remain on the list. And remember the second part, yes, the order of these legislative intents is completely arbitrary and has no rhyme or reason to it. It's just whatever we were doing with no sleep at the end of the budget process.
Thank you, Allison. Lehua, you popped on. Did you have something?
Thanks. I also just wanted to say, so that it doesn't feel super overwhelming for the attorney's office to tackle that, is that it was intended to be phased, that they would do some work to just say what would it take in terms of staffing and resources to do a more holistic city review. So it's not like confirming that this item is on means so by June we should have a great, big ordinance amendment for the council to consider, but just that we could come back with details of what the phasing of that would look like.
Thank you, Lehua. I appreciate that clarification, and so does my office.
All right, council members, is there anyone else? I think for me, obviously, number 15 is very important. I think it not only weighs into the things that Councilmember Dugan was talking about, but it also really has, can have an effect on people on the verge of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. So, and Katie, Lehua is right. You don't have to have your office have everything ready tomorrow, but I am looking forward to seeing what it would take to look into it as well, in case there's any room in budgets. All right. Anything else on this item? I don't see anybody's hands. Going once, twice, done. So thank you very much, Allison, for that, and for all of the different departments for being available to answer questions regarding some of these intents. And if there are any questions for us or clarifications regarding any of these intents, please, happy to have those answered for you. 10 minutes. So the next items on our list are board appointment applications, and I'm not sure, it's scheduled for 6 o'clock, and I don't know if anyone is here.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Council Chair. All the board appointments are here today.
They are here?
Yes.
Well, let's get going. All right, let's go to agenda item number 10, our with Ginger Cannon. Is Ginger here with us?
I'm here.
Hi, Ginger. You are applying for the Peanut Board, which is one of my favorite boards to say. The Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Board. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this board appointment?
Yeah, sure. I would like to serve on the board because I strongly believe that our urban park and recreation system is a vital tool to ensure the city's livability, sustainability, and resilience in the face of climate change. And I think that without the existence of our parks and recreation system and a plan for increasing parks and open space as our population grows and our neighborhoods diversify and also densify, we will really not have the city we plan for, in the future. And my background is I worked for Minneapolis Parks for many years as a park planner and horticulturist. And some of my work there involved developing ordinance and policy around different types of funding mechanisms that related to bringing equity into the budget process. So I think that I have a lot of experience that could help this board as Peanut moves ahead with all the challenges that the parks face in the future.
Wonderful, thank you. Council members, do we have any questions for Ginger? No questions. So Ginger, thank you for your desire to serve. I know that it is volunteer work and we appreciate you taking time to work with the city. You will be on our consent agenda this evening in our formal meeting. You do not have to stick around for the formal meeting, but of course you're more than welcome to join us there. But thank you so much for your interest in working with the city.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Great. Number 11 is a board appointment to the Cultural Core Budget Committee. Is Durga Ekambaram, and I did not pronounce that correctly, and I apologize, but are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest on being on this board?
Yeah, I'm Durga Ekambaram, and then I've been a resident of Utah for the past 4 years. So I'm a self-taught artist, and I also hold a degree in engineering and human resources. In the past, I've worked as a software engineer, and I also have experience developing apps for the special education field. So 5 years ago, I moved to the US when my husband started working here. And since then, I've been a stay-at-home mom of 2 kids. So without a demanding job, I kind of got the opportunity to pursue arts, which is my true calling. And then I've been able to explore different mediums. And then I also had opportunities to display my artwork at several parts of the city, like the South Jordan City Hall and also in Main Street. I also actively participate in all the cultural events of the Indian community here. So I'm truly honored to be considered for this position. And I know serving as a member of the Cultural Core Budget Committee will be a truly gratifying experience. I have immense respect and admiration for the Cultural Core of Salt Lake. I mean, the way they strive to promote arts, culture, and diversity is truly inspiring. I feel I would be able to relate to it at different levels. And with my passion for arts and also my cultural background, I would be able to fulfill my duties if I'm selected, and I would be able to give it my best. So that's all about me. And I'd like to thank you all for taking time to interview me.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for wanting to serve on this board. We look forward to it and to your service. Are there any questions or comments from any council members? No. Anna, what did you? I'm sorry. Did you say something?
Super cool story, Durga. Like, that's awesome that you found your true calling, and after all that, also all that academic have and the work background. So I'm excited that you chose to serve in this board. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor.
Yes, thank you so much, Durga. And you probably heard me say this to our last board interviewee. You will be on our consent agenda this evening at our formal meeting. You certainly do not have to, need not be there to win. But you are, of course, certainly welcome to join our formal meeting this evening at 7. So thank you again for your service to the city.
Thank you so much for taking time to interview me. Thank you. It means a lot. Bye.
Bye. Okay, number 12, we have Stuart Solomon for the Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your desire to work with the city. Do you want to give us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I love biking, of all kinds, bike commuting, mountain biking, road biking, and I would love to have my input into the city to share my love for biking to everyone, and see biking in Salt Lake be a safer place and have hopefully more people able to bike. I'd love to be part of the community that I live in.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Council members, any comments or questions for Stuart? Yes, Andrew?
Just want to wholeheartedly endorse the Glendale Cyclists to be on this board. Thanks, Stuart.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for your desire to serve with the city, and you will be on our consent agenda this evening at the formal meeting.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Number 13 is for our Arts Council Board, and it's Sonali Lumba. Oh, do we have Sonali with us?
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry, I was on mute. All right, thank you so much, Amy, and everyone for inviting us to be a part of this this amazing meeting. My name is Sonali Lumba, and I'm originally from India. I have been a practitioner of Indian classical dance since 2006. I moved to Utah in 2017, and the first opportunity I received was to perform at the Living Traditions Festival, which is organized by the board. And I was overwhelmed to actually see such a huge gathering of different communities and culture, and each one taking so much pride in what they were representing. And I was also overwhelmed at the audience that was present because they were so diverse. They were from all backgrounds, and they were so appreciative of what they were watching. And I feel arts is so important to the community because it gives the audience a surreal experience when they're actually watching an art display, which they probably do not experience in their routine, regular life. Like I do not experience it otherwise unless I am involved in the arts. And therefore, I feel being a part of this board, one of the most important things that I appreciate about the board is that they connect the community to the arts. And that's exactly what my goal has been and will be as an artist. And therefore, I think arts should continue to be in the community, and the community needs to be involved in the arts so that we can at least have, we can experience something beyond what we can in our routine lives. So therefore, I'm really excited to be here, and it would be a dream come true to be a part of the board. Thank you so much, Amy. And everyone.
Thank you, Sonali. And I am looking forward. I love the Living Traditions Festival, and I cannot wait until we can actually see and have events again and experience the arts in that way. So, and I'm looking forward to serving on this board, and
Absolutely.
thank you for your desire to work with the city.
Thank you
Council
so
members,
much.
anything? I don't know if you can see us, Sonali, or if you're just calling in, but you're getting thumbs up. So
Okay. Oh, no, I can see all of you. Yeah.
okay, good. Well, thank you again, and you will be on our consent agenda later this evening.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
And then next we have another appointment to the Arts Council Board, Nico Dico.
Hi.
Hi, Nico.
Friends. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Nico, if you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Arts Council Board.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And for the opportunity to apply. I am from Provo originally. I grew up there and came to Salt Lake City to go to the University of Utah. And ever since then, I live in East Central, which is like, right below the U. And I get to see the amazing ways that the city has developed and changed over I guess, since the early 2000s, since I've been here. And it's one of those things where, culture and the arts kind of help define what a city is and, provide diverse viewpoints and experiences. And as a queer person, I have been able to contribute in really meaningful ways to, lots of different arenas in the city, but never the arts kind of part of it. I worked in politics for a long time. I worked at Equality Utah. I worked for the Utah Brewers Guild. And I worked for Congressman Jim Matheson in Washington, D.C. In the Obama times. And I basically last year started my own business as an artist and a maker and a creator, doing urban farming with my wife, Natalie. And we make candles, soaps, flowers, plants, and lots of other fun stuff. And it's kind of unlocked this creative part of my brain that before now I haven't really accessed. So I was listening to what Durga was saying about kind of it's my life's calling and passion is to share my art with everyone. And I really love being around creative people. And just to sum up, I basically am so honored to be even considered for this. And I also wanted to say that basically ever since I can remember caring about the city council or anything, I have always applied to different boards and different things to do with the city, and it's never kind of worked out. And this one did, and this is like my brass ring, and I feel super honored and appreciative of all the work the current, Arts Council does, and the City Council, of course, and of definitely all the staff working so hard on these items. So anyway, thanks for having me. That's kind of a little bit about me.
Awesome. Thank you, Nico. I am so glad that this board is the one that worked out. You sound incredibly passionate about it, and I know that your passion shines through. So it is the perfect place for you to be. And thank you for your desire to serve with the city. Council members, anything for Nico?
I just love the fact that she included a picture of her candle. That was cool.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Nico. You will be on tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great night.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. We are to item 15, which is a report from the chair and vice chair. Mr. James Rogers, do you have anything?
I don't.
Do I have anything? Cindy, do I have anything? I can't remember.
I have 3 things that relate to you. I could read them from the list. Okay.
We'll go to you. I don't think I have any reports, so we'll hand it over to Cindy, our executive director.
Okay. Let's see. First, the Council of Governments, COG. The City Council is one of the very few cities that have a seat on COG. Councilmember Johnston has served in that role for the last year or so, and he is willing to continue to serve, but wanted to check with his peers to see if anyone else would like to serve. So if there's someone else who would like to serve, he is willing to give you that opportunity. They meet 4 times a year. It's with the mayors of all of the other cities in the valley, basically, plus our mayor. And then the person who is the city council representative to COG serves as the Salt Lake City mayor's backup at Wasatch Front Regional Council. So it's an important position. There's opportunity to collaborate on issues ranging from homelessness to transportation. 4 times a year. January 21 is the first date. Other 3 meetings, May 20th, August 19th, November 18th. So just need to have some feedback about whether anyone is interested in replacing Andrew on that commission, or if you would like to see Andrew continue to serve.
Council members? No one can replace Andrew.
Right.
Yes, Andrew?
Could I try and have somebody replace me?
Yes.
I don't know if Dan Dugan's still interested, but I would endorse Dan Dugan if he's interested in taking on this role for this year.
Yes, I'm interested.
All right. Sounds good to me. Is there anybody else that is interested that we need to have a leg wrestle over? We need to have the 2 people leg wrestle to see who wins? No? All right. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dan. I agree with Cindy. I think isolating ourselves is never going to be a good policy for us long-term as a city. And so participating in this and other organizations that bind us with other cities and towns, as hard as it can be sometimes, I think is the right policy long-term. So thanks, Dan.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Next is conducting formal meetings. You, most of you who've been here for a long time will recall that usually for the formal council meetings, council members take turns conducting. And that has not been the case while we've been in COVID, because it took us quite a while to get our routine down and figure out the logistics of conducting the meetings and facilitating all of the ins and outs of public testimony. But Council Chair Fowler was thinking we're at the point where we have that down pretty well, or as well as we can. And so she wanted us to check to see if the council would like to go back to that rotation. And then everyone would have an opportunity to conduct 1 month's worth of the formal meetings. The chair always conducts any special meetings and also the work sessions, but this would be those Tuesday, 7 p.m. regularly scheduled meetings. The staff does an outline or script for your reference, and we would also work with you if you don't, like if you have a second screen but it isn't hooked up, or if you need a second screen, those sorts of technical things we can absolutely help you through. So you don't need to answer now, but if anyone doesn't want to do it, that's just fine. But those of you who are willing to, then we'll just work with you to get that started. And Council Chair, were you thinking of starting in a month or?
We've gone back and forth, and just so council members, newer council members are aware, we did, I mean, I don't know how long this has been happening, but certainly since I've been on the council, we did the rotations. And I thought it would be nice to try to start it back up. I know for me, when I was a new council member, it sort of was intimidating at first, but then certainly you get the hang of it, and it kind of gives you that experience for if and when you want to be in a leadership role. And so I just kind of wanted to throw that idea out there. Again, as Cindy said, there's certainly no pressure. If people aren't interested in it, that's fine. If we want to start when and if we ever get back to live meetings, we can do that. But I would kind of like to start, if people are interested, next month with the rotation. But I want to make sure everybody has adequate technology and, again, their comfort levels. So you don't have to answer now, but if you can maybe email Cindy and Lehua and me if you're interested, then we can, and if you need any technical support, then we can kind of go from there. that work, Cindy?
Yes, absolutely. And then just one final item, which is the Livable Streets program. The Transportation Division would like to invite you to check in with them, perhaps have small group meetings, of course, Zoom style meetings, to talk about the Livable Streets program. It is a way to enhance safety, perhaps do some traffic calming, and improve the livability and attractiveness of the city. So council members who are interested, they would love to have the opportunity to review with you the progress they've made so far and get your feedback. So we can just check with you, or you can check back with us, or your liaison will check in with you. And Dan is waving. Does that mean you're interested?
Yes, very much
Okay.
so.
And Andrew? Okay. And Amy? I should be saying council members. Sorry. Okay. All right. We'll follow
Thumbs up from council members Mono and Rogers too. And it looks like Councilmember Ward, everyone. Oh, and Maldonado, everyone.
This is for rotating the meetings?
This is for attending an information feedback session about livable streets.
Oh, I'm interested in that too.
Okay. And should we take it that you're interested in doing the rotation, conducting for a month?
We're not. Are we starting with the end of the? Are we starting with District 7 and going backwards? Because in that case, yes.
Second.
We can make sure that you are on whatever month you want to be on, Chris, because you did spend an entire year conducting the meetings. So
I would like to do one at a later date, but yes.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cindy. Well, everyone, that is the last of our work session. We do not have a closed session. So this work session meeting is adjourned, and we will see you at 7 o'clock. Same place.
Thank you.